which focused on the need for bridging the gap between humanities and technological advancements. The conversation included the ethical implications of technological development and the importance of ensuring that advancements do not aggravate inequality. There was a strong focus on the importance of local initiatives and grassroots movements in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The deliberations held in the conference so far highlighted the successful utilization of both traditional knowledge and modern technology to address local issues and achieve sustainability. This conference has been a witness to eminent personalities, scholars, and researchers, and we are truly privileged to be in their presence. Before we invite the keynote speaker of today's session to address this gathering, let me first introduce Professor Dr. Upasana Singh, who will be joining us online. Ma'am is an academic leader and associate professor in the discipline of Information Systems and Technology at the University of KwaZulu-Natal Westville Campus, Durban, South Africa. Additionally, she holds the esteemed position of Adjunct Senior Lecturer at the Victorian Institute of Technology, Australia. Professor Singh's interdisciplinary research has yielded an impressive publication record, including 4 edited books, 25 journal papers, 13 book chapters, and 26 peer-reviewed conference papers. Her work has significantly impacted digital teaching, learning, and assessment discourse. She has also delivered keynote addresses at over 25 international conferences and webinars, sharing insights from her research and experiences. In today's session, Professor Upasana Singh will help us delve into the intricacies of Click, Capture, Educate, framing the future of sustainable learning in the digital age. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Upasana Singh to enlighten the august gathering with her words of wisdom.
My sincere thanks to Director Sir for inviting me to participate in this conference. My apologies that I could not attend in person. The topic of my presentation today is framed around the use of students' photos that they take in classroom for their own learning purposes, and we wanted to see in our research what students actually do with these photos, because the recent trend has been that with the advent of the smartphone in the classroom is that students tend to take more photos than actually written notes. So this was a combined research project with a colleague from Varsity College in South Africa, which is a private institution, and from University of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, South Africa. So the whole idea sprung to us after we did a bit of research in the area of the use of images and photos, where students take these photos for learning purposes, and we wanted to see whether these photos are used by them actually for learning, whether it enhances retention, and whether it supports their learning. In terms of sustainability, we feel that this would be a more feasible approach because it obviously involves paperless learning, where students do not have to print out notes but rely on photograph notes. So some of the previous research and previous studies that we noted looked at students taking these notes but not actually making use of them for learning purposes. So they were going into repositories, whereas other research suggested that when students organized these notes in a more interactive fashion, they were able to use these photographs for reinforcing their learning post the classroom session itself. And finally, some of the research that we read highlighted that just taking out photographs was not enough to stimulate the learning. They also needed to have a combined approach with handwritten lecture notes, which would help them to enhance their conceptual understanding of concepts in the classroom. So a more balanced approach was what was advocated. As explained, this particular study explored the role of photographs as supplementary learning material for students, particularly in IT and computer science-related courses, focusing on the integration with traditional note-taking methods. This built on earlier work which was conducted by Mr. Adam himself at the private higher education institution, Varsity College in Durban. The reason we chose this particular topic is because we noted in our own classrooms larger number of students making use of photographs instead of taking lecture notes itself, particularly in courses where we taught programming or where there was lots of code and lots of diagrams. It became a more common practice in terms of face-to-face learning itself, but the actual phenomenon has not really been explored in developing countries. So we adopted a case study approach, as is highlighted here. So some of the other research that we looked at showed that taking photographs in classroom can also hinder students' learning because they don't actually focus on the session itself, but simply wait for the next slide to come on in order to take a photograph, and then their mind wanders or they end up talking in the classroom itself. Multimedia use, such as videos and photos, can enhance the classroom where students engage with it in group settings to discuss could be more useful. The study was employed the SAMR model for the theoretical framework. The SAMR model looks at 4 pillars, which is substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. In a nutshell, this particular model illustrates the progression of students' learning using technology from simple substitution of traditional methods, that means substituting the traditional handwritten methods, to more transformative processes of learning that define their learning experiences using technology itself. So those are the 4 pillars that we looked at: substitution, augmentation, modification, and redefinition. The methodology that was approached was a case study approach. We used purposive sampling, where we selected participants from ICT modules, which is Information Systems and Technology at UKZN, and Computer Science modules at the private higher education institution. Because we ran focus group sessions, we had smaller sessions, and we selected a third year level module in programming, and a selected group of 12 participants were invited, of which 6 actually participated itself. We followed the required ethical clearance procedures that are required at both institutions, as well as gatekeeper consent at our institutions, and every participant also completed informed consent. So the first theme that arose from our findings was the actual use of photographs in the classroom itself. The students highlighted the modules that they took the photographs in, and these seemed to be the modules that were more intensive in terms of content itself, like the programming modules that taught C++, Java, C#, and so on, where there's a lot of code that appears in the slide itself. They also shared the experience experiences of using these photographs to supplement their notes, particularly in fast-paced practical modules where detailed note-taking was challenging. So despite the fact that the slides would be made available to them post the session, they found benefit in taking photographs of the slides itself. The second theme that we looked at was the preference that they had between taking notes and photographs. So participants expressed varying preferences. Some preferred notes for comprehensive understanding, while others preferred taking photographs for quick reference, especially when there were practical tasks. What was noted was a combination of both, with filling the gaps that they had in their notes by referring to the photographs. They also found that they could fill their notes from some of the content which was posted online. And some lectures provide more additional meaningful information in class, which is not available in the lecture slides, and therefore they found benefits in taking these photographs in the classroom. The third theme that we looked at was the use of the photographs for actual learning purposes. So did they actually use these photographs for preparing for exams? Or was it just taken to store in a repository to supplement their notes? Some of the challenges that they noted was that unknowingly, some photographs could be blurred, they could lack content, and then naturally they forget at times that they do have a copy of the photograph, so that which they could refer to supplement their notes. Other students felt that those photos served as valuable reference points for students' learning. In particular, for modules where there were diagrams, it was beneficial for them to use these photographs for later reference. Photographs also helped when there was a time delay in getting the solutions from the lecturer or the tutor in practical related modules. And using photographs when encountering similar problems later on help to address recurring problems. The next thematic area that we looked at was sharing and collaboration. So how do students use these photographs to collaborate with other students, with their peers, for their learning purposes? So some students highlighted how they shared photographs within groups for collaborative learning. WhatsApp groups nowadays is the norm for most students. If it's not a class WhatsApp group, they have their own WhatsApp groups with their peers that they use for studying purposes. They also discussed some of the challenges they faced in this collaboration, such as unclear photographs, and suggest solutions like creating separate groups for sharing lecture materials. As one student indicated here, when supplementing notes with information from photographs, notably when essential details are missing, these photographs help to integrate into their written notes while writing them and enhancing study material. The concept of photography in class is something that we wanted to alert them to, that in most cases now, especially in South Africa, we have this POPI Act where everything that we want to share or that we want to use, we have to ensure that we have permission to use it. So it's protection of personal information. And those lecture notes are actually the property of the lecture itself. So we wanted to check whether students actually realized that before they take out a photograph in the class, just like they would expect us to get permission from them before we take out their photographs in class, they also needed to seek consent from the lecturer for taking these photographs in the classroom itself. So a lot of the students said that they were hesitant to directly ask for permission from their lecturer to take photographs, and the role of lecturers in facilitating this practice. So what they expected us to do as lecturers was to say, we are okay or we're not okay with the students taking photographs in the classroom itself. So they assumed that taking photographs was allowed unless explicitly photographs in class to aid learning. Some of the suggested practices included providing snapshots of whiteboard diagrams and promptly uploading the slides. So when we worked on the whiteboard and we had a solution that was creating a whiteboard, they would like us to take a photograph of that and share it with the students as well. They also expressed specifically that they would appreciate it if lecturers allowed a brief window for taking photographs during class session to help them get better quality photographs. Participants expressed differing perspectives on the longevity of the future of photography in the classroom. Some felt that it might stop, emphasized the convenience of being able to review material later at their own time. The other students felt that it has become a part of the process of learning for students, especially the advancement of technology and the advancement of smartphones that take better and better photographs. Students having access to better quality smartphones nowadays than they had 3 years ago. Therefore, it is unlikely to end itself. So if we take these findings and we relate it to the theoretical framework, in terms of substitution, photographs were used by some students as a direct substitute for lecture notes. In terms of augmentation, enhanced learning was found due to better focus during the classroom by some students, so they were able to concentrate on what the lecturer was saying rather than having to take down copious notes in the lecture session itself. If we look at the concept of modification, students are building their own spaces for learning purposes and their own networks in terms of social platforms where they share these photos which they've taken in the classroom to enhance their learning. And finally, the concept of redefinition, which is the ability to capture and share different aspects of learning itself, has redefined the way in which students learn by providing them with real-time access, peer support, and collaborative learning through the use of photographs in the classroom itself. So in conclusion, this research highlights the evolving landscape of educational practices in response to technological environments in the classroom itself. It also provides insight into the benefits, the challenges, and the ethical considerations when using photographs in the classroom as learning aids in academic settings. So can photographs enhance sustainable learning? That would be the question that we need to leave with you. Well, in our opinion, based on this small research project which we've undertaken, is that smartphone cameras can enhance learning sustainability by firstly reducing paper use, secondly by improving the retention, allowing students to go back and refer to the concepts that they found difficult in the classroom, and finally to foster collaboration among students, because we know that students these days prefer everything in media format rather than in written format. However, in order for it to be sustainable for students to enhance their learning processes, students have to actively engage with these images post the session itself, either through annotation, through organization of these photographs, and through structured review of the content in order to maximize the benefits. Using the right digital tools and strategies can also transform passive note collection into an effective learning practice. So yes, photos can enhance sustainable learning. It's dependent on how the students actively engage with them post-classroom session itself. So thank you for listening to my presentation. That is the simple research project which we have undertaken. We are now doing a comparative study between students at UKZN and students at the private higher education institution to see how the two of them actually fare in this project as part of the comparative study.
Please get Upasana ma'am online for the session. Students, we have the Q&A session. Please be prepared with your questions. Please confirm if ma'am is online. Ma'am is online? Okay.
Can we have her on the screen, please?
Can we have her on the screen? Hello ma'am, thank you for the wonderful session. Now we have the Q&A session and the students are encouraged to ask questions. Students, if you have any queries, you can please ask ma'am.
Yes, now it's working. बच्चों को पढ़ाइए। सर को पहले, कोई नहीं, बच्चों को पहले पूछ लें।
Good morning, ma'am. I'm here to ask you, could you suggest some innovative solutions to address the digital divide to access in terms of internet and technology?
Ma'am, I'll repeat the question for clarity. Could you suggest some innovative solutions to address the digital divide in terms of access to technology and the internet?
There's an echo, I can't hear the...
Okay. Ma'am, I'll repeat the question. The student has asked if you could please suggest some innovative solutions to address the digital divide in terms of access to technology and the internet.
Could you suggest some innovative solution to address the divide in the terms of access to technology and the internet?
Okay, so you're asking about reducing the digital divide.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So in developing countries like South Africa, the digital divide is really great. Some of the suggested solutions that we have for reducing this digital divide is greater cooperation between private, public and government partnerships. So you need to get more involvement from the private sector to sponsor technological infrastructure to allow students to get better access. Some ways in which we achieved this during COVID, for example, when we had to move to the online space was, working together with the post office, for example, to get laptops delivered to students who did not have access to the technology. Those type of laptops were then sponsored by companies working together with mobile operators in order to provide students with access to mobile data in remote areas, working together with communities to set up the infrastructure, for example, where you could have shared network that is used by a group or a community within a certain area. Obviously, this would need to have the infrastructure set up by the mobile operators itself. So those are just some of the areas that we've looked at, particularly in the South African region, to make technology more affordable and more accessible to our own students. But I think that we still have a long way to go because the digital divide is still there, particularly for female students who don't have access to education, say from school level and getting them to be educated in the classroom to pursue the use of technology in ways that they want to. Some examples we've had there is the Girl Code project, where we get a partnership with companies to promote female students in coding. And then they take on these projects and develop community projects through the development of websites to benefit their own communities, or the delivery of services to benefit their own communities in the rural areas. So the digital divide has many different facets to it. It can be focused solely on the technological aspect. It can also be focused on bringing in some of the marginalized sectors into the access of technology and education itself.
Thank you so much, Mara.
Can we have a mic here?
हेलो नहीं आया Can you hear me?
So thank you for that question. So first I must say too, it's this phenomenon of taking photos in the classroom was not something that we asked students to do because we wanted to do the research project. It's a phenomenon that just evolved in the classroom itself, from students starting to take photographs without even our permission. And we noted that the trend was growing over 2 or 3 years as more and more students, especially post-COVID, students became lazier when they came back to face-to-face lectures because I think when they were online, they were either taking photos at that time or they were simply waiting for the lecture slides to be made available to them post the online sessions itself. So it's a phenomenon which automatically just came into the classroom itself. And so we were trying to understand, why is it that students are taking out these photographs? What exactly are they doing with these photographs in the classroom itself? So I'm not sure what the situation is like in your classroom or in Indian classrooms where the students are given the liberty to take out photographs, or whether they are specifically told that they're not allowed to. The kind of student population also that we have is very different. I have visited Indian institutions and I have seen how the students behave at those institutions. So, and I mean this in a positive way, where the students in India have a lot more respect for their lecturers and their teachers. So the hierarchy is there. In the South African situation, there's an entitlement to education, particularly in government-related institutions like mine. Secondly, that hierarchy is not there as distinct as it is in the Indian education system. So I'll just cite a very simple example. We had somebody from the consulate who visited our university a few months back, and he said to me he noticed that when the lecturers and professors walk around in the vicinity of the campus itself, that the students continue doing what they were doing. They're either playing cards or they're eating or they're drinking, they're making a noise. And he said when we were students at Indian institutions, if a professor walked by, we would stand up and greet them. So I think all of these factors contribute to the kind of classroom setting that we have. And so yes, to answer your question, students who take these photographs, we had very different perspectives coming in from some students who actively engaged with them post the classroom session. And you had other students who took it out because it's the fashion to take out photographs, but we don't actually use it post the learning. So therefore, the recommendation is that if the photos are to be allowed, firstly, from an ethical point of view, you as a lecturer are allowing students to take out these photos in the classroom, then students need to actively engage with the photographs, and we need to facilitate perhaps creating these social areas and spaces for them to collaborate and use those photographs for learning purposes. So one of the ways we suggested is perhaps creating a WhatsApp group to allow them to facilitate that sharing of lecture notes or photographs or whatever lecture material it is that the students have gathered during the classroom session. But yes, there's always that element that students are going to take it out for the sake of taking out photographs for the fun element itself.
Thank you, Paul. Any other student? Please.
Ma'am.
Similar to the question that was asked earlier about the digital divide, I don't think we can ensure that. I think that we need to have better support from government. We need to have better support from the private sector in order to ensure that these digital platforms are accessible. So you take a student who's sitting in a rural area who does not have good connectivity. How do you expect them to access that digital platform if they don't have that good connectivity? And I must say that India is far more advanced than we are in terms of technical infrastructure. So, everything is done through the GPIs these days in India. You simply have to load that Paytm or whatever the app is that you have, and you see people simply scanning. They don't even have to take out a bank card in order to make a payment these days. So your infrastructure is there. It's about getting the educational platforms onto the digital infrastructure for students to benefit for education purposes. And I think you have a better advantage of that in India because of your advanced digital infrastructure. We're not even 10% of the way here in South Africa. So it definitely requires better partnership between the private sector, the government sector, to get those digital platforms out to students.
question has been asked.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Any other student would like to ask a question?
I would like to ask this question from a student view that when we take these photos, we tend to forget about these photos. And I have that subject photos are also faculty members about different subjects and students are later realize that we had photos. So as students, how should we become more mindful of these photos for future references?
The study is that when you take out these photographs, you need to spend a little bit of time post the session to organize the photographs to incorporate it into your lecture notes itself. So whichever method works for you, for example, downloading them onto your laptop and including them in a folder that speaks to a particular topic, that could also be useful. Some students prefer to create albums on their phone itself for lecture notes with different categories. So putting those those photographs into the session, into those folders on your mobile phone can also help. Getting your groups together, your network, yes, I do understand that there's lots of WhatsApp groups these days for social purposes, for educational purposes. And so often when a message is sent in a group, you might not read it immediately, you might not read it before the exam itself. But when you're working together with your friends in a study group before your exam and before your test, perhaps you could just remind each other that you may have taken photographs of this particular concept in class. If anybody has it, to share it with each other so that you can refer to them during the session itself. But remember, there's no compulsion for you to take out photographs. Still using the lecture, the traditional handwritten method can also work. This study was simply based on students who do make use of photographs in their class for us to understand why they're taking out these photographs and how they're actually making use of it.
Here's the last question in the chat. In the chat.
Thank you, sir. Okay, ma'am, the last question I would like to ask, how would the classroom of the future look like, and how can we as students prepare for a constantly evolving digital landscape?
Ma'am, the next question is on the chat.
This is the one about the future of the classroom.
And how can we as students prepare for a constantly evolving digital landscape?
So there's a question here that says, how would the classroom of the future look like, and how can we as students prepare for a constantly evolving digital landscape? I'm not sure what the future classroom would look like because it's evolving every single day. So, with the concept of smart boards being introduced into classrooms here in South Africa, which is fairly late compared to the rest of the world, even just the digital whiteboard now is able to be sent to students. So once you've completed a solution on the digital smart board, it's simply automatically sent across to your students. And so they don't even have to take photos anymore. Those photographs are going to them from that digital smart board. For me, the future of the classroom is that there's going to be a lot more artificial intelligence in the classroom. I can also see that the role of the educator itself, and it has already started to change in the South African region, is less and less of a lecturer, a sage on the stage, but rather somebody who goes out to facilitate the learning in the classroom itself. We're now going to move beyond textbooks. We're going to move beyond simple case studies, and we now need to embrace the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom itself. There's no ways that we're going to be able to stop students from using ChatGPT and other types of platforms in order to engage with their learning material, in order to complete their assignments. So for us as educators, it's not about stopping students from using these tools, but learning how to embrace these tools for assessment purposes. So do we get students to engage with ChatGPT on an assessment so that they also get exposure to the downside of artificial intelligence, the biases that come in with the use of artificial intelligence, sometimes inaccurate information coming through from artificial intelligence. So are we one of those educators that's going to embrace it and allow our students to engage with it? Or are we one of those who's going to try to stop it and then go through all of these plagiarism checks and AI checks to see which students is actually defaulted? So the future of the classroom looks more and more technologically based. It's looking more and more like the use of digital platforms, the use of artificial intelligence. And who knows, in the future, you might have a robot teaching you in the classroom and not a human being.
Thank you so much for all of these answers. Our students will have a lot of discussion. So, this session, we can just spend time out of your hectic schedule, ma'am, and sharing your wonderful insights with us. We depart with the hope to welcome you soon at our campus for another remarkable experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody.
It's time now for the next online session. As we move ahead, it is an absolute honor to welcome an esteemed academician and industry expert, Professor Dr. Vaibhav Bhumoria, who will be joining us today through the online mode. A distinguished economist and an authority in sustainability, rural management, and agri-entrepreneurship, Professor Bhumoria has been shaping thought leadership in these critical domains for years. Currently serving as the chairperson of economics in IIM Kashipur, he has previously been a faculty member at IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Indore and has held key administrative roles, including Assistant Dean for Development and Academics. His expertise extends beyond academia, having worked with Saurashtra Cements Limited and contributed as a researcher at the International Water Management Institute. Today, we are privileged to have him with us for a session on solving the sustainability riddle, data and ESG. Professor Bhumoria's vast experience and deep understanding of these issues will undoubtedly provide us with valuable perspectives. Sir will be joining us soon. Ji, sir.
Professor Faridi wants to address
I would request Professor Rishad Faridi to please address the students with his words of wisdom.
Good morning, distinguished guests and dear friends. I hope most of the students had a nice time yesterday. And we are here, we're thinking about utilizing the time. We traveled and we want to give some kind of a value to you students, whatever way it is. So as we had our session yesterday, so it's not the end of it, it's in fact the beginning of the session. So what we plan is that how we can collaborate with you students, and also you can get mentoring from your faculties. So we are not closing the loop right now, it's starting the beginning of it. So think about some ideas, make groups, make a quality group, startups. And Professor Jagwani, he was telling that there's an incubation center also. Think about some ideas, bring them forth, put on the paper, talk, discuss. We have an eminent industry networking. Try how you can connect the dots, that is very important. The ideas are there will be hundreds of ideas, filter them out, think about some feasible reports, and try to build upon it. And once you do this reports, it has two advantages. One is that this can be applied also once you pass out your graduation. The second is you maybe, I think in the final year, you may be having a project report to be done. Is it true? Yeah. So that work, what you initiate as an idea, can be put into forth as a project report also. So it has two advantages for you, okay? And also it creates confidence in you. You become more problem solvers. There's so many problems all across, and we are here to solve problems. Have that positive mindset, Remove yourself from that fixed mindset perspective to a growth mindset perspective. Bring ideas, think positive. There are always opportunities, You students are nothing different from the other part of the world. You are talented, you have resources, take that advantage. Networking, do a global networking. You can collaborate with other students from a different part of the world also. So, you have to have that diversity of thinking process, This is what we are here for, soft skills improvement, okay? Build up your networking. LinkedIn is a very important for you all. You take that advantage of that. Get some mentors. Anywhere, any place, there will be someone to help you, coach you, hand-holding you, okay? So take these advantages of this. Build yourself, make some smart goals also. See about what is your personal goals, where they're moving around. I'm sure if you have this habit of doing things, it will create that exponential growth mindset on you. It's no more the time for linear, which I discussed yesterday. So I'm looking forward for some work to be done, and I'm sure your faculties are very collaborative, and they will be bringing some kind of a bigger, profound impact in your careers, in your life. Try to make some quality circles also in your classrooms, solving problems, coming with some ideas. The days have gone when it was in institutions, it was a top-down concept where the leadership used to impose certain policies and guidelines. It's turning around in the background, at the foundation. You may have certain thought processes which can become more feasible, and that feasible, there's someone to listen, someone to hear your views about them. So it is it's downward, upward trend is coming up. So these are some shifts, paradigm shifts have taken place in learning processes. Democratization of learning has increased, scaling up of the learning. Now, you don't have to be moving to anywhere in the world to get the best learning. You can get with so many MOOCs, you know, massive open courses have come up. Take the advantage. You do LinkedIn Learning. We have Allison, Coursera. These are very good sources where you can do your self-learning also, self-pacing also. So you have abundant of knowledge, but you try to have that ability of, with your passion, with your purpose, with your goals, focus on a specific journey and improve yourself. It's no more that the institution will be just hand-holding. You have to take that lead, you know. You have been empowered to take that learning and development of yourself, okay? Now it's no more that learning, it's your teaching also. You can have a peer-to-peer teaching also. There may be some good student and a weak student. So it's fine. This is the world is all about. So the peer learning from a high-performing students to the weak-performing student can take place organically by you all, okay? So there's no need to wait and watch. So these are some ideas you have to start thinking, building upon it. That will differentiate you, students. In your interviews, in your corporates, no one will be asking you a defined finance or defined marketing or defined marketing mix. These are not, you'll be given some kind of situations. You'll be given certain kind of a problem, a challenge of a business, and you're supposed to come with certain kind of antidotes. How you bought, there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer, but for each answer you give, there has to be some logic behind. So students, as hard skills, soft skills are equally to be taken care of. Unfortunately, in the institutes, I'm not talking any specific institutes, we are more focusing on perspective of just making sure that the student had that learning of that knowledge, but try to have that learning of that knowledge, how you're able to apply it, how that concept of theory is solving your problems. So these are some out of the box thinking processes you have to think about. Parallelly, you can do a work, you can do a job also, you can do your business also. It is possible. And days will come, maybe 10, 20 years from now, that you may be having a so-called part-time jobs, you know. There won't be a requirement for a full 8 to 7 jobs. So there has to be a co-creation by you students of some kind of a startup, which maybe it takes time, 5, 10 years to grow up like a business life cycle, you know. So is it not important to create wealth? And especially business students, this is what we are business for. Do you find, where you find your business class in the airlines? They are the very fortunate ones. Business class, we call them. So you are all business class, you know. So you are premium. So you are something different, you are something extraordinary, okay? So take the advantages of you. We are all here to help you. We are all here to move you forward, okay? Take that advantage. Collaborate as much as possible. Anything you want me to think about, we can help you around. Just feel free to connect with us. We are here all to make things happen. Change is inevitable. We have to keep moving as we move forward. Especially exponential technologies are taking place. We are not able to pace up well. But you have to keep chasing it as much as possible. We can be proactive with things, a lot of things. Sometimes it's beyond our thought process. But nevertheless, it's a lifelong learning. Don't stop learning. Keep moving forward. Keep open your ideas. Discuss, okay? And come with certain things. Mentor with your faculties as we move forward. Any questions you have for me? Any, or rather not me, but we have very distinguished professors travel all across, come to see you all. I think yes, yes, we can have very informal sessions also, like on a cup of tea and coffee. Would you like to treat us for a cup of coffee to us someday, or today? Or if not, maybe a Poppins or a Hajmola, you know. So we like to sit with you all, you know. Yes, yes. Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. Absolutely right. Right.
Well, some of them may miss the boat of learning new horizons, new areas of these things. In our country, very recently, the UGC, for example, has launched online platform, as Madam Upasana was also referring, that these platforms have to be opened, and fortunately, platforms like SWAYAM, SWAYM, SWAYAM, they have been opened for these students, and in which not only ordinary humanities kind of programs, but very advanced technical programs have been moduled in this SWAYAM portal. And the students can really take resort to learning new areas, advanced areas, and the professors from IIT. And those learning modules, once they learn, they'll be certified also by IIT Madras or IIT Delhi. And so these students have many opportunities.
Yes.
But so my question to you basically will be that what is the efficacy and what is the possibilities and of the effectiveness of learning from these portals, particularly for an Indian student?
Yeah. So Professor Chadda has spoken about that there are learning portals all across the globe, but what is the efficacy of the certification about it is? It's a very good, valid questions, yeah, sometimes, but I think learning is more boundaryless, it's more of a liquidity stage. We can learn from so many people. It's not just you are learning a specific offshore way of learning. I think informal learning will be more better. Meeting, like for example, Kanpur Management Association has been one of the sponsors. Any of the days you can just peep in, go visit them and meet some entrepreneurs there. Ask them, is it possible, can I be in your workplace voluntary for once in a month, just for 1-2 hours? Just want to sit with you, find out how you do your business. Can you give me some part-time work? You pay me or you don't pay me. You know, the involvement, I think that mindset of involving yourself makes a difference. Has that teacher come? Okay, so I just wanted to fill the gap here. And we have, you know, before we have the real strong, good meal, you have to have a soup, you know. So I was just like a soup for you all for this time, you know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, I am Dr. Nida Malik and I'll be the facilitator for this session.
Yes, I'm not able to hear correctly. So if somebody can, just, Shubham or somebody can just, relay what's being said over there, I think so I can then listen to it. There's some problem with the voice coming from that side. I hope I am audible to the audience.
The chat box can be the medium, right? So it can be typed as sir, please continue the session. Ask Shubham to do that.
Shubham sir, please ask sir to continue with the session in the chat box.
So you can continue with the session. We are able to hear you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, that's great. So, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome and thanks to everybody, sort of all the dignitaries, PSIT, College of Education, and, sort of the organizers, Dr. Bhagwan, Dr. Shubham, who have kept in touch with me. I'm very thankful for this opportunity because I have always believed that, sort of whatever we have as educationists is best put to use when we convey it to people who can make use of whatever we have been able to accumulate. I really believe that there is something that is, sort of solely mine, or, something that I would claim that, okay, this is mine. I think so knowledge is for everybody, and hence, I'm really thankful for this opportunity. So, sort of I'll just start. So I just wanted to talk about sustainability and this new issue called ESG. And the riddle that why is it that many organizations find it so challenging to get to this ESG part, and why is it that the government has to mandate? If the environment is in danger and everybody feels so positively about it, why don't we see voluntary actions around it, right? And I'm positing on two things around this. So the talk is also centered on two things. So I'm going to posit it around one thing, the need for data. So how this data becomes a very critical thing, both for practice as well as for research. And the second part is that, sort of why do we really need to merge this E, S, and G? While it has come to most of us, and most of us study a lot of theory about it, but probably practically does it make sense that we have to, take all three together? I'm just going to touch on these brief aspects. I may not be able to, complete my full time of 1 hour. So, sort of I would like to make it more interactive if possible. Right, so I have some backup slides, but most of it is what I will be talking. So, yeah. So I hope these slides are visible to you. Right, okay. So it's a very simple thing that I want to make. Okay, and just hold on. Right, guys, so just a brief thing about me. So, sort of what's about me. So I have written a book on sustainability, very much, sort of probably is going to give you some amount of, satisfaction that you have a speaker, but more of what I say doesn't come from the theory side of me. It's going to come from the practical side of me. So I'm involved in the practice of sustainability through some organizations like Silk Green Global, which is into training on sustainability, Clean Air Fund, which wants to fund research on sustainability, Pan Himalayan Grassroots Foundation, which has been working for about 30 years now. I haven't been working on this for 30 years. The organization has been working for 30 years now on Himalayan terrains and how to make those terrains more sustainable at the grassroots. I've been on the Governing Council of Agriculture, Skill Council of India, looking at agriculture and how it interacts, how the skill part of it interacts, with the different needs, the latest need being sustainability, though there are other needs of performance as well. Deep dive into dairy, but also, sort of I'm on the CII Uttarakhand panel for environment, water and development initiatives. So, I'm interacting with industry side as well, pretty much, sort of regularly. I also happen to be, sort of advising, or, my students have set up ventures like Varha Organics, which is into making carbon trading possible for agricultural companies, especially smallholders. I'm on the board of Scanex Technologies. I'm an advisor to them. So they are looking at how to use, soil testing and then, work on more sustainable solutions for agriculture. Unnati Agro is an agro company which is slowly starting to build a huge portfolio of, working with retailers and educating retailers on how to push more organic and, sort of environmentally friendly inputs into agriculture. And so, sort of we are the first ones to start a retailer academy and train retailers, agri retailers, in the deep rural areas about it. Kumau Khand looks at hemp and what the promise of hemp holds for this thing. Arboreal Ventures is looking to, alternatives of sugar cane, and, if there's a possibility to have a better carbon, less water, sugar alternatives like stevia. More of it. So the talk, as I said, is centered around two themes: ESG and the need for data, and why is E, S, and G are needed in tandem. So those are going to be the two topics. Yep. So, I have some slides. So, we generally hear this, the planet is in danger. So, maybe I can see you guys. So, you can just give me a show of hands. Do you think the planet is in danger? I can probably just see a show of hands. You think? Okay. Oh, seems a lot of you think the planet is in danger. Okay. So, has business caused or accelerated the decline of the planet? How many of you think that business is the cause for it? Industry, business. Okay. Now, Kanpur being an industrial town, your answers are very, very important. Okay. Okay. So more importantly, we have a problem, but do you think there's a solution? Can the planet be saved? Show of hands. Okay. Oh, actually interesting. More than people who think that business has caused it, people think that a planet can save, which is nice. Okay, so can business contribute to saving the planet? How many of you think that the industry or business that you thought is one of the causes for this thing can save the planet? Okay, good amount of people think about that. Okay, so let's discover this, sort of this thing. So what really is happening in climate change? It's very interesting to look at that the impacts of climate change are not equal. Not equal means across geography, across different stakeholders, and across different type of impacts that climate change would have. There's a variety, which means that one solution fits all, or one theory is going to work for everybody, may not be the correct way to approach how we work towards saving the planet. And so, one of the things that we are worried about is, in terms of intensity of what will happen and, how it impacts us. So unique and threatened systems seem to be most impacted. So, I am sitting closer to Himalaya. So Himalayan things, and, yesterday we had this incident in Mana where the glacier, just broke off and there was an avalanche, and Border Road Organization, 57 workers working, they've been caught in this tirade and this avalanche. So, unique and threatened systems. What's happening to mangroves? Are there coastal climates and, coral reefs that are getting, those things. And they seem to be most vulnerable. But how does it really impact the planet is something, that still says. There are extreme weather events. So, like organizations in Gurgaon or in places like that, probably now budget that 4 to 6 days a year. Probably my employees will not be able to reach office, or they will not be able to go home. So there'll be flash flooding. So I need to include it in my planning that this is going to happen, right? So that's the level at which we are. The distribution of impacts is uneven, clearly uneven. That's the third part, which is very, very important. Now, if distribution of impacts is uneven, definitely there is somebody who's going to be impacted more. There's going to be somebody who's going to be impacted less, which means that the impact is different across different people, and that creates haves and have-nots. And that's where the social side starts to become very important. If the resources are controlled by people differently, if the impacts are different, there is no way to look at it, apart from realizing that the social side is going to be important, because the conflicts based on resources and how they are being consumed probably are set to increase. Also, what happens is that the global aggregate impact. So while we may not realize what is happening at a local level, but probably the global aggregate impacts are important in this respect. And the fifth part is this large-scale singular events. So tsunamis, droughts, right? So, the month of Ramadan has just started, and it's very interesting to note that Morocco, for the sixth time in a history of almost, 200 years, has said that there will be no, the type of sacrifices that are done on Eid will not be held this year. And this is the sixth time in history that they've said so. And why they're saying so is because they've been facing a drought for the last 6 years. And the condition, they say, is an economic and, environmental emergency in the state of Morocco. So, those type of large scale singular events are also on the rise. So very, very different type of impacts. And if you are a business, you probably need to deal with these in very, very different ways. also the intensity with which they come to you is going to be different for one business vis-a-vis other business, depending on which supply chain I am. And that's the first thing. Yeah. Hello, did somebody say something? Okay. So, so different impacts would be there. And, this is where, so if we just look at this graph and this data, and we're trying to look at carbon dioxide concentration, do you think this is bad news that the carbon dioxide concentration is constantly increasing and increasing this thing, right? It probably, the situation looks alarming. If we change the time scale and if we look at 800,000 years, which is coming from ice core data, so there are these ice cores in glaciers which give us a glimpse into history. And every time we have a new thing like climate change coming in, we went and we said, okay, let us figure out what happened in the past. And we figured out that we are in a very, very strange situation. Carbon dioxide concentrations on this planet have never been so high in 800,000 years. And so if you look at recent data in the history of business alone, probably you won't find the situation as alarming when you look at the planet itself. So probably there is more to business, which also means that business might want to take a position, but business alone, can it turn the tide? We are not so sure, right? So the triple bottom line approach seems to be one for it. So if I look at temperature, what is happening? If I look for the past, 160 odd years, which is this lower one, I figure out that, okay, the temperature is rising and we have bad news for us. If I change the scale to say about 1,000 odd years, I find that yes, we are living in times when the temperature has probably never been so high on the planet. And so what was bad news actually becomes worse news. But if I further change the scale of time and I start looking at say 20,000 years, I figure out that, we are worried about something that I am not so sure we should be so worried about. So just changing the time scale changes my interpretation. So probably humans came into being only when the ice age ended and temperatures came to the levels where they are right now. And I'm not really sure if the concern for global warming is so well placed, right? However, if I again change the scale to 900,000 years, then when I see is that there are only 3 occasions where probably the planet has been as warm as it is now. The planet survived all 3 times, but sadly the humans were not there. And all these 3 times have been catastrophic in terms of species survival. And so, the problem is a very, very anthropocentric problem that humans seem to be in danger, right? So we can take it to the correlations of temperature and seawater rise. And the fact is that the more we look at data, the more we tend to know what this issue is about. And also, so if you look at this temperature data and the seawater rise data, you will probably realize why 1.5 or 2 degrees is really, really important, because the seawater level is exponential and rise. So a large part of the population of the world actually lives near the coast, which means that a large part of human population is actually threatened by seawater ingress and rise of seawater than probably other things that we seem to be more worried about locally. Freshwater status has been changing in the world for the worse. We have predictions that probably we are going to run out of Robusta coffee very soon. And if we are going to run out of Robusta coffee, all those coffee lovers sitting out there in the audience, you need to start thinking, what will you move to next? And how do businesses react to it, right? And this is the problem. So a country like Uganda, the entire economy is going to be threatened by this thing. So let's go for some fun stuff right now, right? So what do you think? If I'm going on a road trip for say about 800 miles and I'm using a banana powered bike, what is my carbon footprint? Just look at it, 53 kilograms. So these are carbon dioxide equivalents. If we take a bus, 66 kilograms. And this is probably why you find that in places like India or warm countries, people are not giving up, motored cars and going to cycles. It's something that's very popular in cold countries, but not in warm countries, because the gain that I get in terms of carbon isn't as much as I get this thing. Also, sort of in a country like India, there's 3 months of winter, there's 3 months of summer, and there's 3 months of monsoon. Practically, the bike option works for you for only 4 to 5 months of the year. If I move from a bus to a small efficient car, what would be the X? Clearly improves by, sort of it increases by 5 times. So car is probably on a per person basis is 5 times as harmful as a bus. If we shift to a plane, it's 1.5 times the car, roughly 10 times as harmful as the bus. But if you take the same trip using an SUV, which is becoming a very popular thing these days, you more than double the impact that you would have if you were traveling by air. So what I'm trying to do over here is that the more we look at data, the more interesting and our thoughts change. So data is interesting, so bottled water is this thing, and if I use, branded water which travels for miles, I more than double the, sort of the footprint that it has. So local water may be good, but yes, local water should also be of quality. That's very important. Not that I can give up quality for this thing, but bottled water is about 1,000 times more carbon intensive than tap water. And the world consumes roughly 53, and this data is dated. This is about 10 years old. So it consumes about 53 billion gallons of bottled water, sort of 1/6 of the world's GHG emissions. So, there's some solutions which are sitting there, and yes, business will be impacted, but probably, sort of these are solutions which are easy sitting ducks. So if I eat a burger, well, it's a veggie burger, better than a cheeseburger. And sort of, so this thing. So, and this is why in Europe you have people turning vegan and so things. So we use the cell phone very frequently. It's not that the cell phone does not have a carbon footprint. It's very fashionable for us to say that, sort of we are going paperless and we're going to use this, but a lot of us probably need to make a much more informed calculation that are we really going green by going paperless or not. So energy transmitted across calls across network, because it's not just my cell phone usage, right? So if I'm talking to somebody, I need to have the entire network in place, and it's an energy intensive thing. So the footprint seems to be pretty interesting, right? Something that probably we have not inquired. So 1.5 times the size of a football field. If I deforest it, it's about 500 tons of carbon dioxide. Now just look at it. Where we started from saying 800 miles on a bicycle was, some grams or, some grams of carbon. It is equivalent to driving the average car 28 times. Well, cars have become more efficient now. Fuels have become greener. So obviously this 28 probably is now just 18 or 10. So a lot of this data is also not static. It is changing. And if this data is dynamic, our understanding of what we need to do needs to change, and our need for data is not just one time. It's a continual need for data, right? So using a cell phone is roughly equivalent to eating an apple. If I just put these uses together, that's the more interesting part, right? So web search is 2 grams. And the question that I now ask in my classrooms very often is, what should an organization be prescribing? Should you be using Google or should you be using an AI engine? Which is, sort of more carbon intensive and which is less carbon intensive. And, for certain organizations, if I look at the number of searches that happen, especially educational institutions, I think so this itself, could account for tons of carbon dioxide in the year. And, it's a sitting duck. We have not seen it because this data was never presented to us. Walking through the door, Hollywood movies, a person walks through a door on an average every 2.5 to 3.5 minutes. So, so the Bollywood industry, apart from other footprints, has a footprint because of the way they are portraying their scenes and people are walking out of doors. Bottled water, new car is 17 tons, and that's where the forest deforestation comes, roughly that 500 tons that we were saying. Having a child is actually much more carbon intensive than 2.5 acres of deforestation. However, if you look at the top one, the first item is a forest fire, which is very common in India now, not just this thing. So we've had incidences of forest fires in the month of December near Vaishno Devi. In Uttarakhand, it's about 100 million tons of CO2. The forest fires that we had in USA are a point to note. Right, guys? So with that background of data, let's just start talking about, sort of this thing called ESG and the need of data. So my primarily hypothesis is a very, very old management adage, which says that we can't manage what we can't measure, right? So that's the founding basis of what I'm saying. So, sort of why I can't manage what I can't measure. The reason is that because if I don't have a measure for something, even something like emotions, if I need to manage, I probably need to measure emotions. I need to have a sense, more emotional, less emotional, emotional in dimension A, emotional in dimension B. So is this, sort of anger? Is this frustration? Is this a flare up, right? And the three would need to be handled very differently. So, I need to have a measurement, a categorization available to me to be able to figure out what solutions to kick in. And so, so questions like, sort of it's very fashionable to say that we want to go green. But when I ask an employee, the employee will ask me, but sir, you must need to tell me, what do I need to focus on? Do I need to focus on making the office paperless? Do I need to focus on, reducing the water use? What do I really focus on in this organization that gives me the maximum impact, or gives me the maximum impact without compromising my profits, or gives me the maximum impact without compromising profits, without changing my skill patterns and employment patterns too much? And sort of I could have an innumerable number of layers added to it by putting in the restrict conditions. My solution space in which I can act would then change. So the questions like what to focus on, where to focus regionally, how to focus, how to act, right? So is there a process through which I can act, when to act, which actions to take up? These need to be answered, but these are answered only if I can measure. So, if you were to ask a manufacturing company how to act, probably for the manufacturing companies, the easiest way right now is scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So I have a UNFCCC framework and I say, okay, in the UNFCCC framework, we are looking at scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and that helps me to figure out how to act, what to act on, and where to act. But the fact is that I can get there only when I've applied this framework and I have some measurement in place. Unless until I don't have that measurement in place, it will be difficult for me to figure out what to do, where to do, how to do. So the basics, it's a very, very basic fundamental of management that we can't manage what we measure, what we can't measure, so we need to measure. We can't measure what we can't observe and comprehend. So one of the basic problems with this whole thing on ESG is that if I have not been able to comprehend it properly, I probably don't know where to look for the data and what data to look for. And till the time I don't know where to look for data and what data to look for, I won't be able to observe and measure what I am trying to focus on. And that, sort of becomes an increased problem that, where to focus and how to do it. And once I have this data, I need a measurement theory, because to be able to measure what I am observing, I will need a measurement theory and I will need a framework for measurement, because it is unfair to expect that everybody can conceptualize and prepare the intellectual stuff. No. An average worker, an average human being is somebody who cognitively does not want to take load beyond a particular level. We also know that modern living is becoming stressful. The dimensions on which we have to act are becoming more. The rate of change is faster. And as a result, the cognitive load that a human mind can take is probably becoming lesser. And so we need a framework for measurement that makes it easier for us, right? Those are the things that we want. So the way to move on ESG is probably we need a theory that we can translate into a framework. The framework should be backed by observation. If I have a framework backed by observations, and if I have the measurement theory to do the calculations, I have a measure in place. I can probably measurement, right? So these are three very distinct things, and why I'm bringing this up is organizations who are working or trying to be green, industries which are now mandated or they want to be part of value chains where it pays to be green, You need to have a framework, you need to have a way to observe, you need to know what calculations to do, then you will have a measure. Having a measure may not be enough to decide what actions to take. So the measurement is just the first step. You need to have a conceptual understanding of what is it that you want to do, a strategic focus of the organization, which leads to what are the management options that I can choose from. And this is just option generation. This is not my final decision. But probably the final decision will not be very complicated if I know what calculations to do, the measurement theory is in place, and the conceptual understanding backs up my measurement, and I can add it to it. So now the issue says, okay, I get to know this today, I figure out certain things, let me start measuring. So if we start measuring now, the issue is that data will be meaningful for decision making after a couple of years, because we are going to have an absolute amount of data. But whether I am moving in the right direction or wrong direction gets known to me only in a couple of years. So at least two observations I will need. So something this year, something next year. But was one of these data fluke, and can I call it a trend? So statistically, a trend is when you have 6 data points moving in the same direction. But increasingly, we don't treat it that way. So let's say we are looking for just 2 or 3 data points moving in a similar way. So probably I need at least 3 years of data before I can actually start taking decisions, that are database decisions. So the question then becomes is, do I need to start today or do I need to start yesterday? And this is a very, very unique problem that all businesses face, because if I want to be green, I probably need to pose it as myself as green to a customer today, or maybe in the near future. But what I just said is that probably you needed to start data about 3 to 4 years ago. Now, if I did not do it 3 to 4 years ago, what do I do? Right? So theoretically, it's very easy for me to get off this and say that, okay, organizations need to start in advance, so that they can move towards database management decisions rather than, decisions. And I'll come to, and I'll further belabor on this point of database management decisions. So, why I'm also talking about data is because data can be helpful in many other causes. Data that I'm going to collect is going to expose risks to me. It's going to talk to me about my profitability. It's going to talk to me about certain other variables that I have probably not focused on so far. But the need to start yesterday versus today is a very, very big theme that emerges out of it. And when I talk to organizations who are practically trying to do it, this is one of the biggest pain points that these organizations face. And even when I'm talking to consultants, the consultants are also facing this problem, because what happens is that I'm an organization, I start looking at going green, but today I face a problem because I have a ready customer, but I don't have data. So the easiest thing for me probably would be to get in a consultant. So the same question now moves over to the consultant. Now the consultant knows much lesser than the organization about where data is, how data is collected, or how it flows, or where to go searching for data. But I'm asking them to, collect data from the past and give me something today. And that's a challenge that organizations are facing. So if you haven't started collecting data on ESG, I think so, just start now. I have only one message for you: better late than never, but start collecting now. And I'm holding this for a while. Can I collect data from the past, right? So why I'm looking at data? So there's this Epstein and Roy, they brought out this paper. It's a very old paper, but the framework is still there. And most of these models that we have, frameworks, whether it's the UNFCCC, the GRI framework or whatever, they are still largely built on this framework. And they said there are 5 divisions within that they will want to look at in an organization: the corporate and business strategy unit, sustainability actions, sustainability performance, stakeholder reactions, and long-term financial corporate performance. Now, these are 3 very important things over here. There's a corporate and business strategy. So you need to be strategic in your approach towards sustainability. You cannot be tactical. So which means that I'm saying that unless until cost cutting through going green is a strategic pursuit for me, I don't think so it's going to make a difference to you. You're probably not going to get the results. As simple as that, right? So unless until going green is not a strategic lever for me to pull in the market to increase my market share, get my customers, increase my prices or my realization, I don't think so it's going to help you. There needs to be a strategic part to it. The third part is that, what I was discussing earlier, that, sort of there are going to be differential impacts at different regions and different types of impacts. So my stakeholders' reactions are going to be different because my stakeholders are located at different places and they're exposed to different levels of, stress that my business is going to put on them or the environment is going to put on them. So this stakeholder part again brings me back to the social part. I will need to have to reduce conflicts between them, keep my stakeholders in support, and that starts to become a much more larger territory of what I do than what my work entailed doing earlier. Finally, the third thing what it sets up is that I need to focus on long-term corporate financial. Probably sustainability benefits in the short run are more fluke, more luck-oriented rather than a process-oriented benefits that we are getting. In 20 years, we have traversed some distance, so they are less luck-oriented and more process-oriented now, but we are still a far away where I can say that, okay, all short-term benefits can be process-oriented or they can be results of processes that I have done. I'm not so sure right now. Now, what they're saying is, and where there is coming from is, they're saying that every organization, especially the corporates, pass through these 4 stages. So the first stage is an interesting stage where I have a descriptive information about what I want to do in green, but it's not linked to my financial performance. So a lot of organizations are saying, we are donating to schools, we are planting trees, we are giving money to an NGO, we are doing this and that. But my question to again will be, how does it help your financial performance? You're doing the CSR spend, well, fine, but how does the CR spend impact your business apart from sort of that you're fulfilling the compliance regulations? So I'm not saying that you need to be selfish and think of only the business, but what I'm trying to say is that you need to figure out, are there indirect linkages to my business that I can benefit from? Because nature is a natural resource, right? We can benefit from nature, we can get harmed by nature. So there's a flood, we all get harmed, right? Yesterday there was rains, we have bad internet connection today. So, sort of we get harmed. Nature is different, we can benefit from it also. Second level is this need for data as it starts. You start quantifying your efforts. So I saved 25 kilograms of carbon. I used 5,000, reams of paper less than last year. I consumed 2 million liters less of water. So I've started the quantification, but is it linked to my financial performance is the question that I am asking. So in the second stage, a lot of organizations have started quantification, but they're unsure of how it is impacting their financial performance. And this is probably the stage where a lot of organizations drop out because they're not able to link their efforts with the benefits they are going to get. And again, I will pull your attention to this term, the long-term corporate financial performance. So why I'm not able to see this is because I'm trying to link a localized effort to a very localized impact, but probably the benefit is going to accrue and start becoming visible over a period of time. So you need to figure out the right time scale, right? So just as I was showing the data to you initially, in the data, the right time scale is very important for you to figure out the impact. The third thing is you have been able to monetize the data. So 2 million liters of water saved, what does it mean for the organization? So I have monetized it in terms of the cost that it takes me to save those 2 million liters of water and what benefit do I get. So info on expenditure, so at least I can start doing cost cutting at this level. But it's now partially linked to my financial performance. So cost cutting is partially linked to my financial performance. Just realize that profit is nothing but revenue minus cost. And so far, I'm probably working only on the cost side. And this is why we're saying it's partially linked to financial performance. The fourth and the ultimate stage is monetized info on expenditure and benefits linked to financial performance. Now, this is where I have actually understood how this sustainability works for me and I know what to do. Well, For me, the real stuff over here is that I will take, sort of get you away from the slide to get you thinking. How many organizations do you really think are at level 4 in India? Or at level 3? Or do you think most organizations are at level 1 and level 2? Either it's a descriptive information not linked to performance, or it's something that I am starting to quantify, but I still don't know that they are linked to performance. And this could be a very, very dangerous state to be in, because in the Europe, what has happened is last couple of years, almost every airline has been fined because all of them were charging extra dollars to offset the carbon footprint of you because you were doing air travel, right? Though my data tells that probably traveling by SUV is worse off than traveling by air, but nobody charges you extra money for traveling by an SUV, but you get charged extra carbon offset when you're traveling by air. And then these guys, so somebody went to the court and these guys were asked, boss, what were you doing? And these guys said, boss, we were giving money, we were trying to save the Amazon forest. And they were asked, how were you trying to save the Amazon forest? And interestingly, they said, well, there's this organization that works for the Amazon forest and we were giving them money. But the guy who actually took them to court seems to be much smarter. He asked the court, so can we just ask this organization, can they prove that this Amazon forest was being cut? And when this was asked to the organization, we were told that the Amazon forest was not being cut. And if the Amazon forest was not being cut, the court said, boss, you didn't do anything. You are saying you offset carbon, you actually didn't do anything. Now, this is the problem when I am with level 1 and level 2. I can have legal ramifications of it if I don't very quickly start moving to level 3. And unfortunately, so my whole mission these days is informing the workforce, the managers, the top management, the CEOs, CXOs, promoters, and the Indian organizations at large that you are sitting on a time bomb. So if today somebody comes to me and says, boss, I want to study law and I want to do corporate law, I say, boss, corporate law was in fashion about 10-15 years ago. You should now start doing environmental law. The amount of litigation that Indian organizations are going to face on sustainability is probably going to just balloon to very, very high numbers if they cannot move from level 1 and level 2 to level 3 very quickly. Right? That's the biggest danger that we have. And this is also a very interesting part that it opens up a very interesting research question. How do organizations quickly catapult themselves from level 1 and level 2 to level 3? Right? That's the question that it sets up for researchers. Right? So there's a domain and this very interesting question for researchers that it sets up. Just give me a moment. I just want to click back to this thing. Okay. Just lost it. Just give me a moment. I want to go back to the slides. Yeah. So, there it is. Yeah. So guys, so we were here. And so I'll just, take it ahead from here. So what I'm actually saying now is a very, very simple thing. And what I'm saying is that database management decisions now come in stages. So what an organization says is you need to have a data requirement that you need to identify. You need to collect data. You need to analyze data. You need to interpret data, because this data analysis is going to be a standard methodology, a framework, but you need to interpret that methodology and the data and the results that you get to your context, right? So what we need to do is create a causal link between actions and outcomes. And it requires an immaculate body of knowledge and theory to be put to practice, right? So you need to have a theory guiding you to practice so that you can be sure of the success rather than it's a chance that you're taking. What I'm also saying is that researchers need to work on this body of knowledge, theory, and how to put it to practice, right? That's the attention for educational institutions. Train your students on it, train your researchers on it. Choosing the right actions requires data and theory to come together for good research. This is what researchers need to focus on. It is very much required because I think so. This is a very big lacuna. We are doing research in the name of going for easy publications. Unfortunately, most of that research has zero value for the industry or application. And which is why it is not getting picked up by good journals as well, right? So we need to do that. The third thing is, after I've interpreted data, you need to strategize with data. So you need to match your strategy using the data, you build your strategy, and then you from there you move to your database decisions. And your database decisions should lead to ESG outcomes if that theory and you have been able to put that theory to practice. So this is the logical thing that you should be doing. However, the ESG outcomes would then set up the need for new data requirements as the world changes. Because when you've done cascaded through this process, you've done these stages, the world has moved. The standards have changed. The technology has changed. The level of pollution or whatever we are trying to target has changed. So the continuous improvement will result only when practice and research come together. So earlier I was saying research goes to practice. Now I'm saying practice goes to research. So with my ESG outcomes, I should get into research mode and start doing, okay, how do I move ahead from here, right? So this is where organizations also need to bring research and practice together. So what I'm saying is that data is needed continuously for making continual improvements through database decision making. The obvious question would be, large organizations, very much welcome. What do we do for smaller organizations, right? Now, this is where I come to posit this, that when I'm dealing with smaller organizations, I move to the second part of my talk. Why are ESG needed in tandem? So we're saying that most environmental resources actually don't give us an invoice, which means that most people find it very difficult to do a financial linkage of either the cost or the benefit. So level 3 is difficult. To alter the rate of processes or to change the environmental processes, we need humans. Humans are one of the marquee species that can probably change the rate of processes and change the environmental processes. So there's a very famous video of how wolves were reintroduced in 1996 to the Yellowstone National Park, and the introduction of just 16 wolves changed the park entirely. So there are marquee species, and if we can identify marquee species using data and digital twins in place, we can probably figure out how to fix nature. But the person who's identifying, or the species that is identifying these marquee species, also happens to be humans, right? So even though humans may not have the maximum impact, what is important to us is that, they are a very important part of it. Actions of humans are required and a must. And well, the biggest thing is that some may benefit while others may lose. And this sets up the need for this whole social part of it. The social part, social stability, social part of cooperation to pull down costs. So, something costs 1 lakh rupees. If I get 1 lakh people together, it costs to each of these people 1 rupee each. Now, the beauty is environmental resources don't give an invoice because they are not privately owned. If they were privately owned, I would pick up the invoice privately as well. Because they are not privately owned, I cannot exclude somebody from using them. I cannot also exclude somebody from not contributing to them. And this is a unique challenge, because what it means is that if I were able to get the cooperation of people, I could include many more people to work for the solution. Vis-a-vis use it. And that's where the social side starts to come into the picture. The social side is very, very important when I come to this understanding of natural resources. And the governance is just set up by that when I have people who are losing and others are benefiting, I need to have good governance measures to continue the direction that I am taking for the benefit of everybody. And I need to have a governance mechanism which allows the people who are losing on one action to gain another action compared to the ones who are gaining on one's first action, and probably they should not gain as much from the second action. That's only when, sort of the governance is going to work out. So what we are saying is that I'm going to ask 4 questions, 4 critical basic questions that I want to do with any action. Who benefits from the environment is a very, very important question. And who pays for the conservation of environment and its amelioration? And if the answers to these two questions are not the same stakeholders, I definitely need a social and a governance input into my ESG pursuit. Because if the person who's benefiting from the environment is not paying for its conservation, then somebody else is picking up the cost, but somebody else is going to get benefited, which means that I'm going to increase the inequality. The environmental inequality or the ecological inequality in the society is going to increase. And I must, sort of create a system which makes it, which is, because once there is inequality, let's look to the left side, conflicts can abound with inequality. So I'm going to have more conflicts with it, right? And if I want to reduce conflicts, I need governance. Governance is one of the best levers that I have for conflict minimization. I also need concerted human action in the right direction to set right. Because if I don't set this right, that somebody else picks up the cost and someone else, sort of benefits from the environment, then the problem will continue to be there. So I need to set this, I just need to, sort of set this problem right. And this problem is also going to be on the other side, that who bears the brunt of deteriorating environment and who benefits at the cost of it, right? So people are disproportionately picking up costs vis-a-vis those who are benefiting. And so I want governance to make it more equal. I want concerted human action to set it right. And I also want to look beyond the anthropocentric viewpoint, because there are other species that probably may have a greater impact than humans. And in that context, I again need to relook at these questions of who is benefiting from the environment, who's picking up the cost, who's putting in the benefits, who's bearing the brunt of deteriorating environment, and who's benefiting at the cost of environment. And what I'm saying is that it's back to my data query. We need data for all 4 quadrants. So I will need to have data for all 4 quadrants before I can do a good governance. If I don't have data for all 4 of these quadrants, my governance is going to be incomplete and solutions probably are going to be short-lived. Now the thing happens that we have moved from that high point of data and stuff to how do we really put it into action in small organizations. So Kanpur, being a city, is probably centered on a lot of MSMEs. So I, along with my colleagues, my Riddle Maheshwari and Arvind Sarmal, who was a doctoral student, I said, let's go and look at MSMEs and what are they doing. So we studied 5 MSMEs and we came up something with a framework called ACE framework, which can help, which is how MSMEs are implementing sustainability and going green. So sort of they're looking at awareness, action, comprehensive, and excellence. So first part is awareness. So awareness, it's a top-down approach because there are very few bottom-up approaches in the corporate or in the business side known so far. So the owner starts dealing with the plant heads or the divisional heads and asks them to train the workers and make the workers aware about sustainability or the green initiative that the organization wants to take. To be able to do that, the plant heads and divisional heads have to understand sustainability. And they have to then talk to the workers. So it's already, going down to level 2, level 3 in hierarchy. Once I have these plant heads and the divisional heads have understood it, I start rolling my actions. I implement initial sustainability practices and I engage employees. And these plant heads now must delegate tasks to these workers that they've been trying to make aware of these stuff and get them to act on these, on these requirements for sustainability. So that it's not something that only few people are doing, but it's a more broad-based action. Once we have actions in place and we have improvised, so we standardize our policies and then we also improvise we standardize our processes and we also improvise the processes because I'm going green for the first time, so I will need to change processes. Now these words may look heavy, it may be a very, very small thing to do for an MSME, but it needs concerted attention. That's the only thing, right? So I cannot create a lapse of attention. And then the next stage where I go is, I need to make it comprehensive. Comprehensive means that I need to integrate sustainability with every aspect of business. Each employee's KRAs, KPIs must have a sustainability component to it. How can his job either decrease the cost for sustainability for me or increase the benefit that I can harness from sustainability? One of those things must be there in their KPIs, KRIs. That's when I do it. Once I've been able to do this in the KPI, KRIs and the system is stabilized, I must start looking at changing policies of the organization. Once I have changed the policies of the organization, the norms that by which this MSME functions, that's when I start focusing on how do I improve further. Because while I was looking at all these three things, my competitors would be catching up with me. The easiest way is they would just copy me and they would catch up with me by doing better what I was doing. Which is why I need to go into the spin of excellence and I need to continually improve what I have started. Now, the interesting part of sustainability is that if I started early, it's going to be something that the cost for me is going to reduce exponentially. Not just, sort of mathematically, it's going to reduce exponentially, which means that I will be able to pip my competition much more easily if I started early in the right direction. Right? So, coming full circle to it and saying, okay, how do we solve the riddle? So I'm saying is that there are multiple stakeholders and that necessitates database decision making, because the first data that I showed to you was different people getting impacted differently with different intensity of impacts, right? Based on what they are dealing with or what characteristics they have. Are they a unique system? Are they exposed to, sort of extreme weather events or whatever? Now, this means that there is a need to minimize conflicts when inequality can occur, because these impacts or the actions that are either in environmental itself, the state of the environment, or my actions will have differential impacts on different stakeholders. So there's a need to minimize conflicts that this inequality can arise, and hence good and comprehensive data and governance is probably what we are saying is could help the world be a better place. And my biggest message that I'm going to pull up from this is that researchers need to work with practitioners to solve the data riddle. Where this data is, so what I left in between, I'm coming back to it. So organizations are feeling the pinch that if you had come and told me this 3 years ago, I would have the data to go green today. Researchers need to do that work for organizations. How can I use past data to come up with my green status today? Right? Because organizations will have past data, but I will have to figure out where it is, how do I use it, what framework do I apply to make it useful for me? And that's the task of researchers. So researchers need to work with practitioners to solve the data riddle, not just the past part, but also how do I start collecting it now and how do I make it more efficient and cost efficient and effort efficient in the times in the future. And practitioners need to work with researchers to understand the social and solve the governance riddle, right? Yeah, just a second. Right, guys? So that's it from my side. Sure. Over to you guys.
Session, and it's time for question and answers from the audience. Students, you can come up with your questions. Do you have a question in the chat box?
Good morning, sir. I have a question that how can company use the data to improve their impact on the various social issues?
Okay, so I will need to have social data first. You may please sit down. I'm able to look at you. The camera is focused on you. So, sort of companies will need to have social data. So, sort of data of the type that what are the social issues that I need to work on? Not just environment, but they could be, sort of many other social issues also that I need to focus on. So, is it, so, sort of like, I'll give you the example. So, Jain Irrigation is a company, not always known for the best of things, but once they gave a loyalty-based initiative and they didn't have so much resources at that time, they didn't have so much of profit. So they said, okay, the easiest thing is give a nano car to people who were loyal to the organization. So should the GM and should the peon get the same reward or should they get different rewards? Right? That's something that organizations have to actively start thinking. Okay, I'm not going to prescribe an answer, but I think so it's a thought that organizations need to think, right? And some organizations will say, no, we want equality. Our condition is different, so we're going to have the same reward for everybody because it's based on loyalty. So, sort of there should be no differentiation by who gets the reward. Other organizations may believe differently. Okay, so it's a very context specific questions, but I need to start focusing on collecting social data and what are the questions that I want answered, right? So it may also be about, I'm a hazardous industry, am I doing enough for my laborers or not to take care of the hazard? So this part, can I mitigate the hazard? If I can't mitigate the hazard, so mitigating the hazard is actually a social thing. Okay, it's not an environmental thing, it's a social thing because my workers get impacted with it and their progeny gets impacted with it. Vis-a-vis saying, okay, do I give them better healthcare facilities? If I have less resources, probably I will start with one. I can't do both together. So that's where this data becomes interesting. Okay, yeah.
From the delegates, students, anybody who wants to ask a question?
That what are the pressing environmental challenges that companies in India face in their sustainable efforts?
Can we have the question in the chat box, please?
I think the first thing is that we are not globally attuned to understanding what is happening, right? So this is sustainability is again a tool that that the West is using to sort of try and dictate how business should be done. The fact that Indian companies are doing, I think so, the environmental challenges that Indian company has, that we are not using the information we already have available. So so Kanpur is a city of family business. I think so family business is very, very interesting in sustainability. So all the people used to worship waste on the Diwali day, right? कूड़े की पूजा होती थी. Now कूड़े की पूजा अगर करने के लिए कूड़े के पास जाओगे, you will be forced to look at what is there in the waste. And the whole idea was to look at waste so that you are not losing something that is of value to the organization, which is nothing but the zero waste ideology, right? I think so the biggest challenge for us is to go back to the roots and figure out there's a lot of knowledge, indigenous knowledge, which is very much valid to our own context that exists over here, but we have lost it and we need to figure it out, right? So another very small anecdotal evidence only. So people were supposed to, light an agarbatti or do a diyabatti. Now, what happens when you light up something of that thing? You release carbon, right? But it's not prescribed to do it at all times of the day. There are times when it is prescribed to do it, and there are times when it is not prescribed to do it. And if you can figure it out, it's just pure science that the time when plants are best at absorbing the carbon are the times when we said you should release carbon. If you pick up that principle, you can locally fix the carbon itself, and a lot of your carbon footprint will not create the problems that we are having, right? So I think so the biggest challenge is looking locally, indigenous knowledge that we already have, making use of it, converting it into scientific principles that any employee or any division or any organization can put to use, which is also a challenge for researchers, right? Because we are focusing on certain other aspects when we talk about Indian knowledge systems and stuff. I think so this is a very, very, sort of a voluminous body of knowledge that we are just missing out. And what it also does is it posits the attention from the Western conceptualization of sustainability to what sustainability could actually mean. Because we are one of the oldest civilizations of the world, right? And if sustainability is about giving to my progeny what I have consumed myself, I think so we just need to look at some of the oldest civilization of the world, including China, including Japan, including Korea, including India. The Eastern world, the Oriental world is where we should be looking at.
So we have now come to the end of this session. We thank you, sir, for your insightful session on data and ESG and look forward for more such interactions in the imminent future. We'll now take a short break, a tea break, and we are all required to assemble back here after the tea break for panel discussion. Students, you have to be back by 12:05. We have a 15 minutes break right now. Please get back on time. We need to start the panel discussion by 12:10 or 12:15.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance, and your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so I start down to be strong. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off. And get into the system.
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus.
The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT, depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors. Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned 4 multi-purpose auditorium with a pax of 200 to 1300 capacity. The central hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college. PSIT offers many joints to hang out such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain. That is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc., with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth. To sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the year which allows the students to follow their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Hello everyone. My name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. The successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone. My name is Ibra Javed. I am a final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there is no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Shikhar Singh Tumar. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in BA Tech Mobile, India's largest and world's 5th largest wastewater treatment company, for which I am always thankful to my college. With the marvelous efforts of all the training faculties, my faculty members of department, training team, PR team, PSIT CR, they taught me not only to learn but also how to explore. Grateful I will remain, values taught I will retain. The journey has just extended because connected I will remain. Thank you so much PSIT. I give the credit of my placement to you.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance. Your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? Cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? Cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction. So easy. You can't take the pressure. So easy. I start down to be strong. You can't fight the friction. So ease it off. Fight the friction. So easy. You can't take the pressure. So easy. You can't fight the friction. So ease it off.
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus.
The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible
responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT, depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors.
Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned, home multi-purpose auditorium with a PAX of 200 to 1300 capacity. The Central Hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college. PSIT offers many joints to hang out such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain. That is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc., with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth.
Quickly settle down. Quickly take your seats.
We can try to sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the
Students
year
at the
which
back,
allows the students
occupy
to
the front
follow
seats.
their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Occupy the seats in the front.
Hello everyone. My name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. This successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone. My name is Vidrajave. I am final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student, and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there's no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Shikhar Singh Tumar. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in BA Tech Pawar, India's largest and world's fifth largest wastewater treatment company, for which I am always thankful to my college. With the marvelous efforts of all the training faculties, my faculty members of department, training team, PR team, PSIT CR, they taught me not only to learn but also how to explore. Grateful I will remain, values taught I will retain. The journey has just extended because connected I will remain. Thank you so much PSIT. I give the credit of my placement to you.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance, and your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so I start to be strong. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off. And get into the system. We both know you need one. The tip of the needle is taking over you. And your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so you can't fight the friction, so ease it off.
Student.
Everyone settle down quickly. Students, please settle down immediately. Occupy the seats fast. Good afternoon, everyone. As we proceed, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to today's panel discussion on the topic Building Sustainable Future, Challenges and Opportunities. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished panel experts, Professor Dr. Indu Vashne, Professor Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja, Professor Dr. Chittaranjan Senapati, Professor Dr. Rupesh Kumar, Professor Dr. Jagdish Singh, Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, who would be the moderator for this discussion. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. Our first panel member is Professor Dr. Indu Vashne. Professor Vashne is a professor in Department of Economics in Dharma Samaj College, Aligarh. With 29 years of teaching experience, she has supervised 8 research scholars and guided 5 postdoctoral fellows. Professor Vashne has also edited 11 books, published 25 research papers, and is currently serving as the General Secretary of the Indian Economic Association. I would request ma'am to please take her seat on the dais. I would now call upon Dr. Amit Yadav, faculty member BCA, to please welcome Professor Indu Vashne with the sapling. Our next panelist is Professor Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja. Professor Ahuja is associated as Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Professor, School of Economics at Devi Ahilya University, Indore. Possessing more than 26 years of teaching experience in economics and management at postgraduate level, Professor Ahuja has around 80 research papers and 8 books to his credit. He has attended as well as presented papers in more than 80 national and international seminars, conferences, workshops, panel discussions, etc. He also has a wide experience in coordinating and organizing numerous workshops, seminars, conferences, and other academic discussions. Sir has recently completed 2 research projects and presently working on 3 more, one sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi and 2 sponsored by UGC. Sir is also an Executive Council member of the Indian Economic Association. I request Professor Ahuja to please take his seat on the dais. I request Dr. Sachin Srivastava, faculty member BBA, to welcome Professor Ahuja with a sapling. Allow me to introduce our next panelist, Professor Dr. Chittaranjan Senapati. Professor Senapati is a distinguished scholar specializing in ethnicity, human security, and public policy in South and Central Asia. He holds a PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and has presented over 45 papers in various seminars. Dr. Senapati has led 19 research projects, published more than 22 research papers, and authored multiple books, including Exclusion and Poverty in India and Central Asia. I would request Professor Senapati to please join us on the dais.
I request Dr. Santosh Kumar Sharma, faculty member BCA, to please come on the stage and welcome Sir with a sapling.
We also have with us Dr. Rupesh Kumar. Sir is a researcher and has been working in the field of artificial intelligence for more than 10 years. Currently, he is associated as Senior Associate Consultant, Team Lead, AI Research Team with Yamaha Motor Solutions India Private Limited. His role in Yamaha is to lead the AI research team and building the team. The present team of IITians does research for Yamaha products. Dr. Rupesh completed his PhD from IIT Kanpur in signal processing and MTech from MNNIT Allahabad. His areas of expertise are AI, computer vision, LLM, machine learning, and deep learning. I request Dr. Rupesh Kumar to kindly take his seat on the dais. I request Ms. Tanya Khurana, faculty member BBA, to step forward and welcome Dr. Rupesh Kumar with a sapling. Our next panelist is Professor Dr. Jagdish Singh. Sir is currently working as professor and head in Department of Economics, Harish Chandra PG College, Varanasi, with over 21 years experience in academic and administrative work. His specialization is microeconomics, public finance, and Indian economics. Apart from this, Sir is Regional Joint Secretary of Indian Economic Association, Regional Coordinator of Uttar Pradesh Uttarakhand Economic Association, Life Member of Association of Disaster Management, Professional, and Life Member of Purvanchal Economic Association. I request Mr. Prabhakar Singh Tomar, Faculty Member BBA, to welcome Professor Dr. Jagdish Singh with a sapling. Next with us is Dr. Ashish Gupta, Assistant Professor in Marketing at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi. With over a decade of experience in teaching, research, and consulting, Dr. Gupta's interests include marketing, consumer behavior, and general management. Dr. Gupta has authored more than 50 research papers in high-impact international journals and edited several business management books. He has delivered over 50 invited talks and is actively involved in funded research projects, serving on multiple professional committees, including the Bureau of Indian Standards and the International Standard Organization. I request Dr. Vipul Mishra, Faculty Member BBA, to welcome Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta with a sapling. We also have with us Mr. Sunil Kumar Gupta, an alumnus of IIM Indore and HBTI Kanpur. Mr. Sunil has over 2 decades of experience in CAT training, mentoring more than 20,000 students, and producing 200 percentilers. He founded Diksha Learning Resources Private Limited and has a background in consultancy and industry roles. Mr. Sunil Kumar Gupta is the esteemed moderator for today's panel discussion. I would now request Dr. Ashwini Kumar Yadav, Faculty Member BBA, to welcome Mr. Sunil Kumar Gupta with a sapling. now request CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani to please welcome Professor Ram Prakash from DAV College, Kanpur. Our discussion today will explore the multifaceted challenges and opportunities in building a sustainable future. We will begin with opening remarks from each panelist, followed by a moderated discussion delving into key topics such as policy frameworks, technological innovations, and societal engagement in sustainability efforts. Finally, we will open the floor to questions from the audience to foster an interactive and enriching dialogue. The time limit for the panel discussion is 50 minutes, followed by a 10-minute question and answer session. I now hand over the session to the esteemed panel moderator with the request to carry forward the session from here.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Suprabhat and Namaskar. सबसे पहले मैं I'm feeling very honored, excited as well as nervous also to moderate this panel discussion. Thank you, Bhagwan sir, for giving me wonderful opportunity, as well as I express my gratitude to management of this institution to invite me. And when I thought about sustainability development, so there was one goal that was equality. So when I was, looking at the introduction of all panelists, so I thought there were 6 professors and doctor, and 1 mister is there. So I really feel, privileged to sit among all of you. And to continue the discussion, then I started thinking a little more. Or I saw that in last 100, 150 years, the world has progressed a lot. A lot of economic, development has happened. But at the same time, there are 2 things that are coexisting. One side, you have acute poverty. Maybe I think 720 million people are still living in, below poverty. And another side, we see a lot of enormous wealth lying with people. That's the kind of disparity we are seeing. One side, people are struggling to, make their daily lives. And another side, you see, a lot of progress and development. Another side, we are reaching to the space. But at the same time, a lot of people go hungry. So now I was wondering what this sustainability or then the concept of this development or sustainable development has come. And so I welcome all my fellow panel members and I welcome them to join this discussion. I'll start asking, since we have got one very eminent panelist with us, Dr. Professor Indu. तो मैम मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या है, ये कॉन्सेप्ट कहाँ से आया और हमारे स्टूडेंट के लिए भी आप थोड़ा सा क्लैरिफाई करें कि क्या आई हैव हियरिंग अबाउट ESG, SDG, सो मेनी गोल्स, तो क्या है ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी और ये कॉन्सेप्ट कहाँ से ओरिजिनेट हुआ है?
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुनील, मिस्टर सुनील गुप्ता जी, आपने मुझसे इस पैनल डिस्कशन की शुरुआत की। मैं सबसे पहले डॉक्टर भगवान जगनानी जी को थैंक यू कहूँगी कि उन्होंने मुझे इस प्रेस्टिजियस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एज अ पैनलिस्ट इनवाइट किया। मेरे सभी को पैनलिस्ट और स्टूडेंट्स, तो जो आपने अभी बात कही सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, सस्टेनेबिलिटी हमारी कल्चर में है और बीच में हम कहें कि हम अपनी कल्चर को कुछ भुला बैठे थे। हम हमेशा वो कार्य करते हैं जो निरंतर बना रहे, जो ऐसा ना हो कि हमसे कहीं कुछ छूट जाए। और हम हमेशा से अपनी कल्चर में, अपने परिवार में, अपनी जड़ों में, अपने घरों में देखते हैं कि हम कोई भी कार्य करते हैं तो वो ऐसा नहीं करते कि आज ही हम ख़त्म कर दें और आगे के लिए हमारे पास बचे ही नहीं। हम अगर अपने परिवारों में देखें तो ये बच्चे भी हैं। अपनी दादी और नानी से अगर आप देखें तो वो कहते थे, हम जब छोटे थे तो हमारी दादी कहती थी पानी संभाल के खर्च करो, ज़्यादा मत फैलाओ, गाली देगा। हम हर चीज़ को संभाल के रखते थे। खाना वेस्ट मत करो, बर्तन ज़्यादा मत करो, पानी बर्बाद मत करो, दूध फैलाओ मत। ये जो सारी चीज़ें हैं ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी की ही हैं। हम ये कहते हैं कि हम आज अपनी सारी चीज़ों को यूटिलाइज करें, लेकिन वो ऐसे यूटिलाइज करें कि भविष्य में भी वो बनी रहें। हमारे जितने भी ऊर्जा के भंडार हैं वो उतना ही हम उनको यूटिलाइज करें कि वो आगे भी, हम कोयला है, कोयले की जो खदान है, एक लिमिट पर आकर वो सब खत्म हो जाएंगी। ऐसा नहीं है कि खत्म हो जाएंगी, लेकिन वो उनका एक निश्चित भंडार है। हम उनको ज़्यादा यूटिलाइज करेंगे तो जाहिर है कि वो आगे की जनरेशन के लिए कम बचेंगी। एक एडवर्टीजमेंट हमने देखा था जिसमें फादर गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा है, छोटा सा बच्चा बैठा है और वो कहता है कि मुझे साइकिल के पंचर की दुकान खोलनी पड़ेगी आगे। तो कहते हैं ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि पेट्रोल तो आप ख़त्म कर देंगे, वेस्टेज करेंगे। तो ये जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी है वो सारी चीज़ें हैं कि हम उनको फ्यूचर के लिए सस्टेन करके रखें। तो दिस इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी। और ये जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हमारे सामने आए हैं, इसमें 17 गोल्स हैं और 17 में से 11 ऐसे हैं जो एफ्लुएंट क्लासेस के लिए नहीं हैं। जहां हम पॉवर्टी की बात करते हैं, जहां हम हंगर की बात करते हैं, जहां हम हेल्थ की बात करते हैं, जहां हम क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लीन वाटर की बात करते हैं, तो ये जो सारे गोल्स हैं ये इसी बात को आगे प्रमोट करते हैं कि हम विश्व में जो विकास करें वो इस तरीके से करें कि वो विकास में समानता हो, सततता हो, समग्रता हो।
थैंक यू मैम। आई थिंक जो मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, द अंडरस्टैंडिंग आई एम गेटिंग फ्रॉम मैम इज पॉसिबली सस्टेनेबल मीन्स what you are creating, you should utilize less than what you're creating and leaving something for our future. Because हम एक ऐसा सोसाइटी क्रिएट करें जहां हमारी आने वाली जनरेशन कम से कम ब्लेम तो ना करें कि यार आपने हमें किस तरह की सोसाइटी छोड़ के दी है, राइट? व्हाट काइंड ऑफ सोसाइटी यू हैव लेफ्ट विद अस। और इसी कॉन्टेक्स्ट को आगे बढ़ाते हुए डॉक्टर कन्हैया सर हमारे बीच में हैं। एंड जब हम डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं तो एवरी कंट्री का एक मेजरमेंट मैट्रिक्स है। यू ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट जीडीपी ग्रोथ, राइट? इवन इंडिया ऑल्सो टॉक्स अबाउट वी आर ग्रोइंग एट 6.5%, 7.5%. So when we come to sustainable development, what are those economic matrices that we should use so that what ma'am was talking about equitable development? तो आपको क्या लगता है? What kind of microeconomics fundamentals are there which we should track? See, are we on the path of that sustainable development? Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I first of all would like to extend my thanks to Professor Bhagwan for this invite. I tell you very frankly, it's a wonderful institution. I was praising Professor Bhagwan for the kind of infrastructure and the kind of lovely bunch of students I could see in front of me. So thanks to everybody for this invite. A very important topic. The world has become very competitive and survival has become little difficult nowadays because we have been talking about sustainable development. And let me explain to these boys and girls who are sitting in front of me what sustainable development means to all of us. You know, we are talking about sustainable agriculture, we are talking about sustainable living, we are talking about sustainable banking, we are talking about sustainable finance. So what does this word sustainable means to all of us? Let me go to the United Nations. I'll talk about the platforms where the sustainability has been defined. First of all, I'll talk about United Nations where the sustainability has been defined. United Nations very, very categorically mentions that it is nothing but the taking care of the present generation without compromising the need of the coming generation. Very simple. We need to take care of the needs of the present generation, but at the same time, we cannot ignore the generations which are going to come in the world. So that's a very, very clear indication what sustainability means to us. It means, let's recall the Robbins statement, how Robbins has defined economics. Robbins has very categorically said that we have unlimited wants but very limited resources. So we have to respect our resources. We have to control our demands. And that is how we have to live in this world, and that is what I personally call as sustainable. Now let us talk about what World Bank has spoken about sustainability. World Bank says improving the quality of life of people is sustainability. And they say that we have to integrate between economic growth, environmental sustainability, and social inclusion. They are talking about three important parameters: inclusive growth, then economic growth, and environmental sustainability. I'll just give you one example before you all. A study was done by a couple of people where I was also the part of that. We have taken 20 states in the country, and we listen to this example very, very carefully, all the girls and boys. This study was done couple of years back, where we have taken 20 major states from the country, and we have tried to see, we have made two indexes. One index was quality of life, another index was quality of environment. We wanted to check down, we wanted to see the states which are performing good in terms of quality of life, where do they stand in terms of quality of environment, and the states which were doing good in quality of environment, where do they stand in terms of quality of life. You'll be surprised, even after 76, 77 years of independence, it's very, very disappointing that we don't come across a single state in the nation, single state in the country which is good in quality of life as well as quality of environment. It means whatever development we see, you're talking about 6.5% growth rate, 7% growth rate, or 7.5% growth rate, this has come at the cost of environment. It means there's a mismatch between growth and environment. So this is what the World Bank has very, very specifically mentioned. For the World Bank, sustainability is nothing but improvement of quality of life. And what about UNCTAD? UNCTAD is nothing but United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. They say that we have to integrate the policies of trade and investment in our sustainability. Nowadays trade has become a very, very important catalyst for growth. The world has to engage into trade and investment, and that any policy of trade and investment cannot hamper the environment, cannot hamper the lives of people and the quality of people. So it means now whatever capital investment, whatever government investment which comes into the market, that should not hamper the interest of people. This is what United Nations is talking about. What WTO is talking about. After 1990, WTO came into force in 1995, and WTO has basically been formed in order to promote international trade, liberalization of trade. And even the liberalization of trade policy should not hamper the environment. This is a very, very clear message by WTO. Whatever you plan, whatever way you want to have development, whatever quantum of investment you want to push into the economy, but this should not hamper the environment. And that is why, if you look at WTO very closely, it talks about climate change, it talks about biodiversity, and it talks about sustainable agriculture. Another important thing, International Monetary Fund. International Monetary Fund talks about whatever you were talking about. It talks about macro fundamental sustainability. A very, very important thing is that we need to have economic stability in the country. If a country doesn't have economic stability and we talk about sustainability, then that kind of sustainability is going to be a fake phenomena. So what IMF is talking about climate change. We need to take care of the changes which are coming into climate change. We have to bother about this green finance also. So a very clear message that now we cannot ignore environment. We have to bother about the green energy. We have to bother about the green finance. Finance is very important. Whenever we talk about sustainability always requires quantum of finance in the hands. Now, even if you look, I don't know how many of you have really observed the last year's summit which took place in Delhi, that was G20 statement, and that very clearly mentions that India has to spend a lot of amount of funds for green finance. So these are the areas where IMF has been talking about. So what I mean to say is I'll divide this whole discussion of mine into 4 segments. If we talk about sustainability, we require economic stability, we require social prosperity, we require governance, because governance is very, very important, and at the same time we have to talk about environmental prosperity. So these are the 4 domains on which the whole concept of sustainability would stand upon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kanhaiya, for wonderful insight. I think I could understand that there are 4 pillars to sustainability. The first one is economics, right? Second one is environment. And third one is social, where we talk about equality, or we talk about justice also. We'll discuss about that. And last one is governance, because obviously you need an order that, govern the society. So I think very well explained. And now another dimension of, sustainable development is when you talk about social aspect. And in society, I think you talk about we want to have peace, because right now we see in the world a lot of global uncertainties are there, a lot of wars are happening. And if you talk about India per se, I think there is a phrase that is called as justice delayed is justice denied, right? So I think when we talk about sustainability concept, for what we say, the poor strata of the society, is justice available to him? And I think our next speaker, Dr. Senapati, Professor Chitranjan Senapati ji has, excelled in this field. That is sustainability goal number 16 that talks about we must bring peace, justice, and institution. And he's also expert in the field of artificial intelligence. And so amalgamation of AI, how it can propagate, bringing more peace and sustainability. So sir, can I have your opinion on that?
Yeah, thank you. Esteemed panel members, and I am very fortunate here to be present that at the very outset, I would like to congratulate Professor Bhagwan Jagwani ji, that you have taken this topic is a very timely and it is very relevant now. So when you have called me and also told me that you will be the member of the panel list, I thought what I should present. So I thought since this organization is a technical university college, so I thought I should make something on AI and how it is contributing to goal 16, that is on peace, justice, and institutions. So I have developed my presentation that recent developments in AI align with United Nations Sustainable Goal, and particularly Goal 16. So here I would like to say that United Nations Sustainable Development Goal provides a roadmap of a global peace, prosperity, and environmental protection. And this Goal 16 focus on promoting peaceful and inclusive society, ensuring access to justice, and build strong, accountable institutions. And AI has the potential to impact these objectives positively, but also it has raised some ethical concern. If time permits, then I can go deeper on that.
Okay, so I think as I understand, AI has a great role to, deliver justice, and it has its own, further moving to, I think we have got Dr. Rupesh Kumar with us, and he has also worked in the field of AI, and since he represents the corporate side, he is into the business. So, sir, I would like to know, what are the challenges as well? Is AI a challenge for us, or is it a facilitator for sustainable development? What is your thought? Because science, today we are seeing a lot of development that has happened because of science, but science has also presented a lot of problems for us. So what is your idea on this? Is AI a facilitator, or is it posing a challenge?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, first of all, I thank to Dr. Bhagwan for this opportunity. Yeah, and I know this is an MBA college, and I am technical person, so it's very tough for me. But yeah, I will try to explain the thing according to the Yamaha vision. And I am very, I agree with that AI is a kind of facilitator. It is not a problem. But one of the problem with AI is that it needs a data. It totally depends on data. Okay. So in Yamaha, when we are working on any project or any challenging task, then because corporate works, first of all, we assume that we have to produce some profit. We have to produce a profit then, and how we can utilize any technique which we are developing, how we are using that technique to solve the real life problems. So in Yamaha, we are developing lots of problems, lots of solutions. So people knows that Yamaha is a two-wheeler company, but I want to explain that in Yamaha we have more than 250 companies, and we are not only working on two-wheeler, but we are also working on agriculture, we are working on medical domain, we are working on a forest management system like that. So we have a very huge area. We are also working on autonomous driving, slow mobility, like that. So I will give you one example which will explain that how we are focusing on a sustainable technology. So we have one project in Yamaha. It is a forest management system. So in Japan, the value of wood is very important because people are making their house with wood because lots of earthquakes are there. So there in Japan, we are predicting at the end of year what amount of wood we have from any forest area. So suppose we have a 1,000 acre of forest land. So how we can predict that what amount of wood we are getting at the end of this year? It is if we are doing manual effort, then it is impossible. It is not possible to go inside the forest and count every tree and then estimate that what amount of wood we are getting. So there we developed technology. It's a AI technology. So we have a data. So we can collect data in one day. We have a drone. It collects the data for the entire forest. And we get the data, our algorithm, that is a sustainable algorithm, obviously. And we use AI, and it predicts the complete forest area and provide what amount of wood we are getting in a single day. So I am explaining that the meaning of sustainable technology is it will run in a very long time, and it should incorporate the optimization process. So what is the meaning of optimization here? It is a kind of, we are optimizing the circumstances what we are facing during that, when we are solving the problem. So it should be optimized and it should run in a very long way, okay? And it saves lots of human effort. So it's a kind of sustainability. So apart from the forest management project, we are also working on agriculture. We are working on a medical domain also. Because 2 years back, Yamaha launched one cell handler machine. So it picks the cancer cell, and we analyze that cell. So picking of cancer cell is a very challenging problem, because if you pick a wrong cell, then your prediction will go in a different direction. So we are working in that area also, and we developed the AI technology in that way. So yeah, I am very obvious that AI give a better tool for us
to understand the problems what we have. But at the same time, one of the problem is we need a huge data, but it's a one-time process. Once we get the data, then our problem after that we don't need to collect the data. We only produce the prediction system. We just use the current scenario and just predict the system. So this is a kind of sustainability. So Yamaha vision always in a sustainability to develop the sustainable technology everywhere. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rupesh. I think I could understand, like even our previous speaker also talked about the need of data. And he also talked about something, if we cannot monitor, is difficult to manage. So once we talk about, if you set your goals, it's important to monitor them as well. And for that, data is needed. And I'm happy that companies like Yamaha, they are, taking such a great initiative to make our world a better place. Now, we have got Professor Dr. Jagdish with us. And if you talk about sustainability goals, I think as Professor Indu also mentioned about 3 goals. One was poverty eradication. Sustainability is not just only clean energy. It's more than that. So I think it's about poverty. It's about, no people sleep hungry. And a lot of, I think Professor Jagdish has worked in that area, is an expert in that area. So I would like you to enlighten us with these SDG goal and what our country is doing and what possibly world is doing. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Gupta ji. Respected all dignitaries, panel members, research scholars, students. As we know that well begun is half done. Something about I want to say. The director of PSIT, Professor Bhagwan Jagwani, organizing committee, all program conveners, thank you so much inviting me and giving me chance to speak something about sustainable development. मैं पहली बार इस इंस्टीट्यूट में आया हूँ और यहाँ की जो व्यवस्थाएं और नीट एंड क्लीन कैंपस मैं देख रहा हूँ, ये सारी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स यूनिवर्सिटी के पास होती है. देन मेरी यह शुभकामना है कि यह प्रोफेसर भगवान जगवानी ही हैज ऑल कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ द गुड लीडरशिप. सो जल्द से जल्द यह संस्था यूनिवर्सिटी का रूप आपके नेतृत्व में लेगी, यह मेरी शुभकामना है. How to achieve sustainable development goals? SDG goals 17 हैं, बट मैं 2-3 गोल पर फोकस करता हूं. पहला गोल नो पॉवर्टी. ये गोल हम कैसे अचीव करेंगे? क्योंकि जब हम डेटा देखते हैं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा जारी वैश्विक बहुआयामी गरीबी सूचकांक 2024 के अनुसार भारत में सबसे अधिक गरीब निवास करते हैं. इस रिपोर्ट के अनुसार पूरे विश्व में अभी भी 110 करोड़ लोग गरीबी में जीवन यापन कर रहे हैं, जिसमें से 23.4 करोड़ 23.4 करोड़ लोग भारत में निवास करते हैं. तो इस नो पॉवर्टी गोल को हम कैसे अचीव करेंगे जब 1/5 जो टोटल पीपल इंडिया में हैं उसमें से इतने लोग गरीबी में अभी भी निवास कर रहे हैं. ये बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। 2013-14 का जो डेटा है 29.17% गरीबी थी, और 2023-23 का जो डेटा है हमारे पास वह घटकर 11.28% पर है। अभी भी 11.28% लोग गरीब हैं। इस गरीबी को हम कैसे दूर करें, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारे पास। दूसरे गोल की हम बात करते हैं, जीरो हंगर, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। कैसे इसको अचीव करेंगे, इसके डेटा को हम देखें। संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की रिपोर्ट 2021 में जो आया, भारत में हंगर लोगों की संख्या 22.4 करोड़ थी। हालांकि इसमें कमी आ रही है, लेकिन ICMR की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 2022 में भारत में 19 करोड़ लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्हें 3 वक्त का भोजन नहीं मिल पा रहा है। हम उसके आगे जब देखते हैं तो ग्लोबल हंगर रिपोर्ट 2024 यह दर्शाता है कि भारत में वैश्विक भूख सूचकांक जो 127 देशों में से लिया गया, उसमें हमारा देश 105वें नंबर पर है। जो बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। जो पड़ोसी देश हमारे छोटे छोटे पड़ोसी देश है, श्रीलंका, नेपाल, म्यांमार और बांग्लादेश, हम उससे पीछे चल रहे हैं। बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। हम चौथी इकोनॉमी, परचेजिंग में तीसरे नंबर पर, लेकिन इस डाटा को देखिए तो जो हमारे पड़ोसी देश छोटे छोटे हैं उससे हम पीछे हैं। यह बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि जीरो हंगर कैसे अचीव करेंगे हम। अभी भी इतने लोग निवास कर रहे हैं जिसको 3 वक्त का भोजन नहीं मिल पा रहा है। हम तीसरे गोल की बात करते हैं, गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग। इसमें 2023 की फूड सिक्योरिटी रिपोर्ट यह दर्शाता है 74.1% भारतीय, यानी लगभग 100 करोड़ लोग, 130 करोड़ में से 100 करोड़ लोगों को अभी भी स्वस्थ पोषण युक्त आहार उपलब्ध नहीं है। कैसे हम कल्पना करें कि विकसित भारत एट द रेट 2047, विकसित भारत एट द रेट 2047 में हम विकसित भारत की कल्पना करके चल रहे हैं, कैसे अचीव करेंगे? यह बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। तो नो पॉवर्टी, जीरो हंगर, गुड हेल्थ और क्वालिटी एजुकेशन पर भी जरा सा निगाह डालिए। यह भी बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। सभी शैक्षिक संस्थाओं में लगभग 30% से 40% गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में पोस्ट खाली पड़े। कैसे हम क्वालिटी एजुकेशन प्राप्त करेंगे जब पढ़ाने वाले शिक्षक ही उपलब्ध नहीं है संस्थाओं में? नीति आयोग के अनुसार जो सकल नामांकन दर है GER, इसमें सुधार तो हो रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी वैश्विक औसत 36.7% से हम नीचे चल रहे हैं। भारत में शिक्षा के लिए जो अंतरिम बजट 2024-25 आया, उसमें 7% की कटौती कर दी गई है। और UGC की रिपोर्ट में यह दिखाया गया कि जो UGC को पैसा आवंटित होता है उसमें 61% कट कर दिया गया है। हम कैसे अचीव करेंगे क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन? एजुकेशन की क्वालिटी को इंप्रूव करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट हायर एजुकेशन के बजट को कट करती जा रही है। और पहले से हम लोग बोलते आ रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट को एजुकेशन पर GDP के रेशियो में 3% जो खर्च करती है उसको बढ़ाने की जरूरत है। जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं वहाँ पर जीडीपी का 6% या उससे अधिक खर्च किया जाता है, हमारे देश में इसको कट किया जा रहा है। तो ये जो सस्टेनेबल गोल 17 हैं, लेकिन मैं 4 को फोकस करता हूँ, नो पॉवर्टी, जीरो हंगर, गुड हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग, क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन। क्वालिटी एजुकेशन कैसे प्राप्त करेंगे भाई? क्या विकसित भारत की कल्पना हम 2047 की कर रहे हैं? तो 2047 में विकसित भारत को हम अचीव कर लेंगे, प्राप्त कर लेंगे? हमको लगता है कि 2047 आते आते सरकार इसका टारगेट 2075 कर देगी, एट द रेट 2075 हो जाएगा, 75। क्योंकि जिसकी कल्पना करते हैं हम, हाउ टू अचीव सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, जो 17 गोल्स इसमें दिए गए हैं, कैसे अचीव करेंगे? जो इतना बड़ा फॉल्ट हमारे सामने दिख रहा है, इतनी बड़ी कमियां हैं, हम इतने पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज से, चाहे पर कैपिटा इनकम की बात कर लें, जीडीपी की बात कर लें, तो सिर्फ चौथे नंबर पर आना, परचेजिंग पावर में तीसरे नंबर पर आना, सिर्फ इससे ही हम विकसित भारत एट द रेट 2047 की कल्पना करते हुए विकसित भारत बना लेंगे? हमको तो नहीं लगता है। लेकिन समस्या है कि इसको अचीव कैसे किया जाए। समस्या तो यह है कि जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, जो हमारा गोल है, यही सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, कैसे इसको हम प्राप्त करें। तो इसको प्राप्त करने के लिए जो मेरा सजेशंस है कि जो गोल्स दिए गए हैं, इसकी कमियों को दूर किया जाए। और कमियां कैसे दूर होंगी? सिर्फ सरकार के कहने से दूर होगा नहीं, क्योंकि इसमें हमें देश की पूरी जनता को अवेयर करना होगा। जो भी प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं स्किल डेवलपमेंट के थ्रू अवेयर करना है। स्किल डेवलपमेंट की जब हम बात करते हैं, इसमें बड़ा घपलेबाजी है। चाहे वो प्राइवेट सेक्टर की स्किल डेवलपमेंट कार्यक्रम चल रहा हो, चाहे गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर की बात कर, ईमानदारी से यदि कहा जाए तो गवर्नमेंट बजट अलॉट करती है, लेकिन वह कार्यक्रम, जो प्रोग्राम होते हैं, ईमानदारी से चलते नहीं है। सिर्फ बजट का खेला होता है और कमीशनबाजी होती है, लोगों की जेब में पैसा वापस चला जाता है। तो ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए, बजट का सही इस्तेमाल हो इन सारे प्रोग्राम्स के लिए, गोल्स पर। एक्चुअल में जो युवा वर्ग है उसको स्किल डेवलपमेंट किया जाए, उसका स्किल डेवलपमेंट हो, क्योंकि प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो जो हमारा है, जो हम ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी, लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन, इन्वेस्टमेंट, डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट की बात करते हैं, जो ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी की ओर हम बढ़ रहे हैं, बहुत अनसर्टेनिटी है। चाहे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर हो, चाहे इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर हो, चाहे सर्विस सेक्टर हो, चाहे ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी की बात कर लें हम, चाहे सर्विस सेक्टर की बात कर लें, सब में अनसर्टेनिटी है। देखिए, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ट्रंप के बहुत बड़े गहरे दोस्त थे, लेकिन जैसे ही ट्रंप की सरकार आई, ताबड़तोड़ उन्होंने ऐसा डिसीजन लिया कि जो शेयर मार्केट धराशायी हुआ था, बड़ी उम्मीद थी देश की जनता को, लोगों को, कि वह ट्रंप सरकार आने के बाद ये ग्रो करेगा, लेकिन ताबड़तोड़ ऐसा डिसीजन ट्रंप ने लिया, हमारे देश को भी आईना दिखाने का काम किया कि वो और डाउन होता जा रहा है। तो हम ऐसे अनसर्टेनिटी माहौल में, अनिश्चितता के माहौल में इन सब गोल को कैसे अचीव करेंगे, सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। जब तक हमारे देश की जनता अवेयर नहीं होगी, अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं महसूस करेगी, तब तक सिर्फ सरकार प्रोग्राम चलाती रहेगी और हम बजट का खेल खेलते रहेंगे, पैसा खर्च होता रहेगा, लेकिन एक्चुअल में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट हमें नहीं प्राप्त होगा। और जब सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं प्राप्त होगा तो हमारी जो विकसित भारत एट द रेट 2047 की कल्पना है, यह कल्पना ही रह जाएगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the real picture of the situation. I think you have absolutely rightly pointed out that it is not the only responsibility of the government to make sure that development happens. As an individual, we have to make sure that we are accountable, and there is a need for transparent system to be created. Now, I have got Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta with me, and before asking your question, I was reading a book where I read that maybe 50 years back, if you have to live a good life in our household, in fact, today itself, जब मैं ये discussion करने पहले निकला तो जब मैं अपने bathroom में गया तो मैंने count किया कि मेरे bathroom में कितने items हैं, and I found precisely 120 items were there. और जब मैं आज से 20 साल पहले रहता था तो there were hardly 5 to 6 items were there. So I was thinking कि कहीं ना कहीं इस development के रास्ते में हम भी बहुत बड़ा obstacle हैं. We are also biggest obstacle. The way we are consuming things, the way we have gone into the materialism, we want to acquire more and more. I think, so we have got Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta, an expert. So sir, I would like to know what kind of consumer pattern or what kind of change is needed to ensure that yes, our needs are less, and we can live in an ecosystem that is designed by more of sustainable development. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. My best wishes to the organizers for this conference and my co-panelists. And they have raised the concerns on equality, gender, quality education, how we grow, what are the obstacles. When you look at SDG 12, SDG 12 talks about responsible consumption and production, right? So as you mentioned, that are we responsible for unsustainability? This is a question for us. To what extent we are responsible for not maintaining sustainability, right? For a long time, we are preaching the word recycle, reuse, reduce, reduce, recycle, reuse. It has been a 30, 40 years we are talking about reduce, reuse, reduce. But how much we have practiced? That is a question of sustainability and unsustainability. And the moderator started the discussion, what is the meaning of sustainability? The meaning of sustainability lies in the word itself, the ability to sustain, sustainability. So if we eat something in the morning as a breakfast, we know how long I sustain. So I'm doing breakfast at 8 o'clock, I know I sustain for 2-3 hours until 12. Until I see the lunch is at 1, I can survive. Similarly, if you see the lifestyle that we are living, okay, the purpose of life that we are having, what we are we sustaining something? No. No. Just think about consumption. Because I'm a marketing professor, I do a lot of work on consumer behavior. My research projects on consumer pattern. One important concern is overconsumption. We talk about consumption, we talk about responsible consumption, and the third term which has emerged now and is very apt for Indian community is overconsumption, right? How many of you wear jeans daily? Raise your hand. Jeans, daily. We wear jeans daily, yeah, we consume jeans. But we do not know, for one cotton of t-shirt or jeans, it requires 2,700 liters of water to produce one product. This is a report of WWF, World Wildlife Foundation, 2019. Now what Levi Strauss did, is a very popular brand. We have bought Levi Strauss and very top brands of jeans that we are consuming. They started telling people, don't wash your jeans. Don't wash your jeans, because they took some effort to tell their consumers, save little bit of water, because in the time to come, the generation will not getting a tap of water, a single water, right? When you see the textile the clothes we are wearing, the t-shirts, shirts, whatever we are doing, 92 million tons of textile waste annually. It's a huge 92 million tons of textile waste annually. And additionally, the 87% of all textiles ends up in landfills. So, are we doing anything for sustainability? Are we responsible consumers? Or are we irresponsible consumers? Or we are not at all thinking about how we sustain something today so that the future generation will enjoy and live the life sustainably? That's a concern. That's a concern that we should talk about, because the theme of the conference is on building sustainable future. Right. How many of you have OTT access, OTT platform? Most of, I believe, Netflix, Amazon. Have you seen the OTT on The Minimalist? One very popular OTT, The Minimalist. How one individual can live a life of a minimalist. So as you mentioned, the materialistic life, the opposite of materialistic life is minimalist life. Minimalist life, right? So the culture of fast fashion and culture of slow fashion. So if I'm buying a pair of jeans today or shoes today, should I replace after wearing 5 times? Or I can sustain those shoes, those t-shirts, those trousers at least 40, 50 times before I think it is not required. Or I'm still obsessed with the trend, I'm obsessed with the fashion, I'm obsessed with what society is doing. Because I was doing a project on sustainable consumerism. I delivered a lecture in Singapore 2 days back on 27th of February. That was in a Global Indian International School. The students which I was having online, they were class 5 grade. And you are all graduate, postgraduate, some scholars, faculty members. On 27th February, I have seen the online class of students of class 5 grade having 10 years or 12 years age normally, right? What they are doing in Singapore, they are maintaining a diary of their habits daily. They wake up at 6 o'clock, they go to washroom, they do brush, how much toothpaste they waste, right? How much shampoo they waste, because we take a lot of shampoo, we do rub and some of the shampoo is going waste. How much hair oil we are wasting. So becoming a conscious consumer. The culture of what? Becoming a conscious consumer. That is started now, right? Why we are thinking of that? Indian roads are not friendly for cycling, but European roads are very, very comfortable for cycling, because we have never thought of that. Indian people will definitely, and most of the Indian people will drive cycle. Why? Because as madam said, are we forgetting something? Because sustainability starts from us. Nobody will teach you sustainability. Sustainability starts from the inner decision, the conscious mind, what I am doing, what I should do, what I should not do. That is you and we, our society. According to hosted culture, because I teach international marketing, being into a IB institute, international B's, right? Hosted talks about to what extent we are judgmental. We decide about some person based on their cloth. We are judgmental. We are too judgmental. If I don't have a car, my judgment is different. If I'm having BMW, my judgment is different. I'm not wearing a watch, different. I'm wearing a Rolex, the judgment is different, right? So because our community is collectivist community, we are not individualistic community. Where you compare yourself, as you mentioned, that how different countries are doing some action on sustainability. Netherlands, Norway, they have already started, because these countries are considered to be most innovative countries in the world. And you see, they are also most happiest country in the world. You just check the happiness index. They are the most happiest country in the world. But how they're happy? What they're doing? Maybe the challenge is, could be population, that handling 140 crore people, catering to different resources, handling the resources, and resources are of course limited, that we understand. So that's why if resources are limited, we have to behave responsibly. That is the cycle. So recycle, but it's not limited to that part. Recycle and reducing. You have to upcycle now. You have to think about the new term called upcycle. I read a lot of case study about Singapore when I was delivering the session. Singapore started the upcycle stores now, where you can carry your purane kapde and you can have new designs of those kapda and get it back. Swapping stores now. The culture called swapping store. Just don't throw away. Indians have a lot of throw away culture. Purana ho gaya, फेंक दीजिए. So we have to control that throw away culture. Different markets started swapping stores. You go, you take your shirt, and in the store, you take off your choice. Swapping store. But the challenge is, लोग क्या सोचेंगे मैं पुराने कपड़े खरीद के ला रहा हूँ किसी दूसरे स्टोर से. लोग क्या कहेंगे? That again the judgment of the society. So when we talk about the sustainability, sustainable consumption, and more importantly, responsible consumption. That is very important because it actually triggered your individual orientation of the individual. What we are thinking today to protect tomorrow, right? And I would like to give you some, which I actually, because I have collected some information on some information which actually, as Madam said, it also into our, humanity, knowledge, Indian wisdom. So before coming in the morning, because it's a daily practice which I do, I was reading 2 verses of Bhagavad Gita, which I actually also used in the morning taking printout from home, which talks about conscious mind, mindfulness, the concept called mindfulness, mindful consumption. So the chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita, verse 16, verse 17 says, Yuktahar viharasya, yukta chestasya karmasu, yukta swap bodhasya yogo bhavati dukha. So the meaning is, those who are temperate in eating and recreation, balanced in work, and regulated in sleep, can mitigate all sorrows by practicing yoga. The meaning is, it starts from you. You have to behave in such a way to protect the resources. Otherwise, nobody will come to you who will tell you why you are wasting, why you are not protecting. Right. You also see the inequality discussion, the wealth concentration. The more agenda is wealth concentration and the poverty. You just see the number. The wealthiest person in the world, they are having the wealth of equivalent to, we have 190 plus countries.
22% of the wealth is with almost 1% of people.
All 1% of the total wealth goes to these people.
And in India, that data is more.
Yes, data is more, right? So the wealth is concentrated, right? So now, as an individual consumer, as a responsible citizen, what is my duty? Inequality will take time to fill the gap. It is not that easy task that overnight some magic will happen and the equality will be filled. No, the challenges are different for India, right? Australia has a different challenge because the population is limited. US has a different challenge, the population is different. But for India, we have limited resources, but the people who are consuming the resources, they are 140 crores. So we have to stringently develop a roadmap how to inculcate the habit of responsible consumption. We have seen the time when government invested heavily on the campaign Swachh Bharat. Gila kachra, sukha kachra. Government literally invested the money to tell the people how to segregate the kachra. It is just one step, but it was a 1,000 crore project for the government of India. One step toward create some responsiveness. Don't throw the kachra in front of somebody else's house. Keep it in the bag and give it to the van or someone who is coming for collection. Right? So my focus is on being a marketer, being a consumer behavior expert, to how to develop and inculcate the responsible consumption behavior. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish, to enlighten our students with such, very, ground realities. And just continuing, and since we are running short of time, I remember when you talked about Indian ecosystem. So if you go to Indian villages, they are quite, self-sufficient if you go to that system. And in my family, I learned something from my parents, like when you were talking about consumption. So my parent today also keep Ekadashi Vrat. तो मैं उनसे पूछता हूँ भाई तुम वाई डू यू कीप एकादशी व्रत, आप क्यों फास्ट रहते हो, क्यों? तो बोलते हैं एक दिन फास्ट रहेंगे. अगर इंडिया में 100 करोड़ लोग अगर एक दिन फास्ट रहेंगे, so you are saving grains for so many people. So I think that's one way. So rather than preaching or possibly talking on bigger things, we should set some individualistic goals for all of us. And that is why my next question to all the panelists, I will just quickly tell us, sir, 2 or 3 things that we can practice in our daily life, right? So at least we can contribute meaningfully to this sustainable development. What are those 1 or 2 habits, as you talked about, responsibility? So we as a citizen, we always talks about rights, but we never talk about the duties that we have to fulfill, right? So what are those 1 or 2 habits that we can inculcate in us so that we can become responsible citizen, we can contribute in this sustainable development? Just add to my point, from last 1 week when I was given this topic, so I every day go to market to buy these vegetables, and from last 1 week I am carrying only 1 jute bag. और मैं उस ठेले वाले को बोलता हूँ मुझे पॉलीथिन में नहीं चाहिए सब्जी, राइट? यू जस्ट पुट इन माई बैग, आई विल गो एंड सेग्रीगेट. एंड जस्ट इमेजिन अगर कानपुर में 10 लाख फैमिली भी अगर डेली एक पॉलीथिन भी अगर हम सेव करेंगे, सो वी आर सेविंग ह्यूज वॉल्यूम ऑफ पॉलीथिन. एंड दिस विल हेल्प आवर मरीन सिस्टम ऑल्सो, इको सिस्टम, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली तो सब पानी में जा रहा है, राइट? एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग टू द वाटर एंड वर्ल्ड इज एक्चुअली फेसिंग दस ट्रेमेंडस प्रॉब्लम. सो मे बी दैट इज वन हैबिट दैट आई हैव डेवलप्ड इन 7 days and possibly I'll continue. And one thing that I'm pledging to myself कि जो 130 है उसको I will bring it to 25-30 so that I can fulfill my duty. So ma'am, just continuing to you, what are 1 or 2 habits that?
Thank you, Mr. Sunil. एक आदत जो मैं पिछले 10 सालों से यूटिलाइज कर रही हूँ, मतलब जो मेरी आदत में है, मेरे घर में जैसे अभी आपने कहा था ग्रीन कचरा नहीं होता है. जितनी भी वेजिटेबल्स और फ्रूट्स का जो ग्रीन वेस्ट है, मैं उसका कंपोस्ट बनाती हूँ. और उस कंपोस्ट को हम जो हमारे घर में या आसपास प्लांट्स हैं, हम उसमें एज अ फर्टिलाइज़र यूज़ करते हैं, तो मेरे घर में कचरा नहीं निकलता.
That's nice.
एक और चीज़ जिसको हम यूटिलाइज कर सकते हैं,
Guys, these are the lessons for you to follow. आपको भी ये pledge करना है after this discussion कि हम ये काम करेंगे.
एक और चीज जो हम कर सकते हैं, हमारे देश में almost in every city water table is going down. और हम लोग देखें कि 8-10 साल बाद हम लोग को अपने घर में जो सबमर्सिबल का बोरिंग है वो दोबारा कराना पड़ता है. तो जो पहले आपने बोरिंग कराया हुआ है, दूसरी बार कराएंगे तो नॉर्मली दूसरी जगह करा लेते हैं. तो जो पहले कराया हुआ है उसको बंद मत कराइए. जो बारिश का पानी है आपका, उसको उधर ड्रेन कर दीजिए. रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का इससे बढ़िया तरीका नहीं है, और मैंने अपने घर में इसको यूटिलाइज किया हुआ है. अगर आपके घर की छत 200 फीट की है 200 गज की अगर आपके घर की छत है और वो पानी लगभग 1 लाख लीटर पानी तो एक बारिश में अंदर जा ही सकता है, तो वो पानी अगर आपके अंदर जा रहा है तो ऑटोमेटिकली वाटर टेबल ऊपर आ जाएगा। तो ये 2 चीज़ें मैं खुद उसको यूज़ कर रही हूँ। तीसरा एक और चीज़ है, नॉर्मली हर घर में आरओ लगा हुआ है। आरओ से जितना आप पानी यूटिलाइज करते हैं उसका 3 गुना वेस्ट जाता है। अगर आपके आसपास जो TDS है पानी का, वाटर का, अगर वो अंडर 500 है तो डोंट यूज आरओ, आप उसको फिल्टर में चेंज करा लीजिए, क्योंकि WTO कहता है कि 500 TDS तक पानी ड्रिंकेबल है, यू कैन यूटिलाइज दैट। उससे अगर आगे हम TDS जा रहा है तो वो पानी ड्रिंकेबल नहीं है। तो एक तो अगर 500 से अंदर आपका TDS है तो डोंट यूज आरओ, और अगर उससे ऊपर है और आप आरओ यूज़ कर रहे हैं तो जो वेस्ट वाटर है उसको यूटिलाइज कीजिए, चाहे उसको आप वॉशरूम में ले जाइए, चाहे आप प्लांट्स में डालिए, या आप चाहें तो एक फ्रेश वाटर जो आप है एक कैन रखिए और उसको आप रीयूज़ भी कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो बर्तन धोने में है या कपड़े धोने में है। तो इस तरीके से आप पानी को सस्टेन कर सकते हैं, कचरे को, एनवायरमेंटल पॉल्यूशन से रोक सकते हैं। तो ये जो चीज़ें हैं चूँकि मैं अपनी डेली लाइफ में इनको यूटिलाइज कर रही हूँ, इसलिए मेरा आप लोगों को भी सजेशन है कि हम अगर इसको करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की दिशा में आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम। मैं इस चर्चा को आगे ले जाना चाहता हूं, चूंकि प्रोफेसर कन्हैया सर आते हैं एक ऐसे शहर से, इंदौर से, जो कि सफाई में आई थिंक इंडिया में उसने रिकॉर्ड क्रिएट किया है और नंबर 1 है। तो हम ऐसा क्या करें, चूंकि हम कानपुर से हैं, तो वहाँ क्या प्रैक्टिसेस या वहाँ के, क्योंकि मेरा अपना पर्सनल एग्जाम्पल है, मैं अभी इंदौर 2 साल पहले गया, जब मैं टैक्सी में बैठा तो टैक्सी वाले ने मेरे सवाल पूछा, सर आप कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? मैंने कहा कानपुर से। बोले सर मसाला खाना तो बता दीजिएगा, मैं थूकने के लिए आपको अलग जगह ले चलूंगा। तो दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबल पीपल दे आर। मैंने कहा मैं खाता नहीं हूं, बट दैट इज द लेवल ऑफ प्रिसीजन की अगर आपको थूकना है तो आप हमें बताइएगा, हम आपको स्पेशल प्लेस ले जाएंगे, प्लीज डोंट स्पिट ऑन द रोड। नाउ दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ अवेयरनेस दैट हैज क्रिएटेड। तो सर प्लीज एनलाइटन अस, और क्या प्रैक्टिस है जो हम
Absolutely. I mean, I belong to a place and I feel very proud that I belong to Indore, which is the cleanest city for the last 7 years. And one thing which we have noticed is that if you visit Indore, you won't find anybody throwing any kachra on the road. And at night around 11 o'clock, you'll find that the cleaning vehicles would be on the road and they'll be cleaning whatever roads, whatever dust they find, whatever kachra they find on the roads. It's the mindset that has made India the cleanest city of our country. It's not the government. Government has played its role, but the mindset of people, I don't have to throw any kachra on the road, that's all. If I decide I'll not do that, it means nobody is going to make the roads dirty. So that's the mindset of the people, and that is how Indore has really played an important role. And whatever government policies were there that we have to segregate gila kachra with the sukha kachra, that's the policy and which people have followed. Now every vehicle in the morning would come to every household and they will pick up the kachra, the gila kachra, and they'll have a different compartment of the vehicle also. One compartment would have a gila kachra, other would have a dry kachra, and even the plastic kachra would be in the third compartment, and that is how the things are working, has worked in Indore. So that's remarkable, and I tell you very frankly, even the management, even the government and the people who are into governance in Indore Municipal Corporation, they also feel that if they could do this, that's because of the people of Indore, that the mindset, they have really contributed greatly, and they have contributed very religiously, otherwise things would not have been taken place. This is one thing. The question which you raised in the beginning, that what we can do, I belong to an education institute, I belong to University Indore, and one day I was just talking to my colleagues, we provide admission to the students come to our university, and we teach them in the classrooms, and they learn and they go back, and by the end of the day we provide them the degrees. let us, let's do something more. How we have been talking about sustainability of education. So then we thought, no, whatever they learn in the classroom is not enough, because we always, India always talks about demographic dividend. We have a youth population, educated population with a median age of around 29, 30 years. We are a very, very young country. We find many other countries in the world where the median age is 40 years or 41 years. When we look at China, when we look at USA, these are the countries which are much older than India in terms of the age of youth. So then we feel that this youth, which is huge in number, would be a liability on us if we don't inculcate the right kind of skills among the youth. This is where we thought that while fine, we have a syllabus, that student take admission, we teach them different courses. We are running 3-4 programs: MBA International Business, MBA Financial Service, and MBA Business Economics. So we provide them whatever learning they have in the classroom, but we thought, no, we should not end here. Once their classes are over, then we are providing a lot of value-added programs on their skill development, on their personality development, on different aspects of marketing, different aspects which they don't learn in the classroom. So that is how we have made them, one of the prime objective is to inculcate the right kind of skills among the youth. They learn in the classroom. I'm not saying they're not learning in the classroom, but there are many more dimensions to the syllabus which they need to learn beyond classrooms. And that is what we have done. Once their classes are over, we ask them to sit at the campus and we provide them every day 2 hours of learning which is beyond their classroom, and that is how we are making them skillful. So this is one way, every education institutes can do, and that can play an important role in that also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So very quick comments, since we are running a little short of time. So very quick comments. What are the habits that they should inculcate in terms of energy uses, in terms of AI uses? So if you can enlighten us, sir.
It is very difficult that how you can use sustainability. और मैं अपना पर्सनल लाइफ में ये बताना चाहूँ तो बहुत छोटा कंट्रीब्यूशन है. एंड ऑल्सो आई वुड लाइक टू से दैट वी आर ऑल स्टूडेंट्स, फैकल्टी, ऑल आर academicians. We are using our weapon like pen. Okay, that is our weapon. That was writing something. तो मैं अभी कभी भी मैं पेन फेंकता नहीं हूँ. इसीलिए नहीं फेंकता हूँ जब तक वो टूट नहीं जाता है. रादर मैं इसमें क्या करता हूँ कि वो पेन का साथ जो रिफिल फिट होगा वो मैं रिफिल फिल करता हूँ. इवन मेरा ऑफिस में भी मैं ये बता दिया कि जितना पेन ख़त्म हो जाता है उसके लिए रिफिल खरीदे करिए, तो पेन ना खरीदें. जो यूज कर रहे हैं, जो मुझे तो पता नहीं है, मगर आई एम यूजिंग दैट सो दैट एटलीस्ट कुछ तो प्लास्टिक हम जो है हमें यूटिलाइज कर सकें. वी कैन रिड्यूस that using refill than the pen, so that it will reduce our wastage. तो ये एक चीज़ है. सेकंड ये हमने देखा, शायद ये फनी होगा कि मेरा मम्मी जब देहांत हो गई है तब से हमें बाल रहते हैं. ऐसे बाल तो बहुत कम था. साथ में हमने कभी कभी क्या करते थे कि हम केमिकल्स लगाते थे जो से बाल काला करते थे. उसमें केमिकल्स हैं. मैंने सोचा कि यार कहाँ केमिकल्स लगाएं, उसको छोड़ दें, खुद बाल हो जाए. बिकॉज हमारा हिस्ट्री में आप देखिए बुद्ध भी ऐसे बाल रहते थे. एक्चुअली दैट इज क्लीननेस. तो आपने कोई केमिकल आप यूज़ नहीं कर रहे हो. आपने जो शैम्पू आपने बहुत कम यूज़ कर रहे हो, कहीं 8 दिन में एक बार, क्योंकि बाल तो है नहीं तो शैम्पू कहाँ यूज़ कर.
But sir,
तो मुझे कुछ ने लोग पूछे, यार तुम क्या हो गया आपका क्या. मैं बोला ऐसे है कि मेरे मम्मी का नाम दे देता हूँ. मेरा मम्मी नहीं है, पापा नहीं है, तो मेरा बाल नहीं है. तो इसके बाद हम ये देखते हैं कि एक्चुअली बाल एक्चुअली से साफ करने में बहुत मेरिट भी है. मेरिट इन द सेंस आपको कंघी नहीं करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, आप टाइम सेव करोगे. तो दिस इज ऑल्सो वन टाइप ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी. सो ये नॉन पर्सनल बोले तो इसलिए अब मुझे कुछ अलाउ किया जाए कि मेरा पीपीटी है, थोड़ा सा मैं एआई का ऊपर, क्योंकि जो प्रिपेयर किया था थोड़ा सा हम शेयर कर सकते हैं. व्हाट इज अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड व्हाट इज प्रोस एंड कॉन्स ऑफ दिस कर सकते हैं.
यस सर, हम एक ऑनलाइन सेशन अभी या कर दे, क्योंकि और पैनलिस्ट को दे हैव टू गो. विल जस्ट क्विकली आई थिंक व्हाट.
तो इसी हिसाब से एक्चुअली स्टूडेंट्स कुछ ऐसे हमें छोटे छोटे सेविंग्स करें.
Yes.
So that will be better. We should think in creativity. हमें जो भी चीज़ें हैं उसको कैसे प्रिजर्व करें. हमें ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि जैसे साहब ने बताया कि भाई हमने जीन्स और जो भी कपड़ा पहनते हैं छोटी सी कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गया तो फेंक देते हैं. आजकल तो ये भी आ गया कि बच्चों को जो है जीन्स, जो फटा हुआ जीन्स जो है उन्होंने पहनते हैं, क्योंकि दैट इज ऑल्सो वन टाइप ऑफ फैशन. दैट आई थिंक दैट इज ऑल्सो सस्टेनेबल. जिनका एक्चुअली फट गया है वो भी उसको यूज कर सकते हैं.
That's right.
तो ओके बस. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll move to our next panelist, sir. Please कुछ अपने भी golden advice हमारे student को दीजिए, so that they can also practice few things.
Yeah. Hello. So I think we can improve.
So just interrupting, sir. We are creating 17 goals for you, right? So these are the goals that you can write down, personal goals. Please, sir.
So I think we can improve our habit according to the sustainability. So if we reduce the wastage in our daily life, then we can support the sustainability. So I think I can give one example in my personal life. So I belong from Bihar, Patna. So during my days, हम लोग की तरफ there is a huge there is no problem of water. पानी की वहाँ समस्या नहीं थी उस समय, अभी भी नहीं है. तो जो सप्लाई वाटर आता था, तो अगर आपका टैप प्लास्टिक का है तो वो 1 से 2 महीने में वो ख़त्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि प्रेशर इतना ज़्यादा आता था, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर आता था, क्योंकि पानी बहुत था वहाँ पे. और तो हम लोग फिर वो स्टील या फिर स्टील का टैप हम लोग यूज करते थे. अब पानी बहुत ज़्यादा होने से हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब ड्यूरिंग बाथिंग हम लोग 10-20 बकेट्स वाटर यूज कर लिए. कोई टेंशन ही नहीं है क्योंकि पानी बहुत है. फिर मैं जब आंध्र प्रदेश गया जॉब करने, तो वहाँ पे रेंट पे मकान लिया. तो मेरे मकान मालिक ने बोला देखो ये तुम्हारा, वो छत पे लेके गए, बोले ये तुम्हारा सिंटेक्स टैंक है, इसमें ताला लगा हुआ है और ये तुमको 1 हफ्ते चलाना है. ठीक है. तो हम मतलब मेरा हैबिट वैसा था नहीं, तो 2 दिन में मैंने टैंक ख़त्म कर दिया. तो फिर तीसरे दिन पानी ही नहीं है, तो मकान मालिक ने बोला यार ऐसे नहीं होगा, मतलब तुम कितना नहाते हो. तो मैं बोला कि आदत है. तो फिर वो टैंक ला के वो फिर उसको फिलअप किए. फिर वहाँ से मेरा हैबिट डेवलप हुआ कि हाफ. फिर वो बोले कि यार आधे बाल्टी में भी तुम नहा सकते हो. तो मैंने बोला आधे बाल्टी में कैसे नहाऊंगा, मेरा तो पैर भी गीला नहीं होगा. बोले लेकिन ये करना होगा क्योंकि तुम्हें 1 हफ्ता चलाना है पूरा टैंक. तो ये अब कंडीशन के अकॉर्डिंग मेरा बिहेवियर चेंज हुआ कि अभी मैं हाफ बकेट में मैं नहा लेता हूँ. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये हैबिट हम लोग में होना चाहिए. अगर कोई भी चीज़ आपके पास बहुत ज़्यादा है तो इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि आप उसको पूरा ही यूज करो, आपको उसको सेव करके रखना चाहिए. तो आई थिंक दिस इज फ्रॉम माई एक्सपीरियंस व्हाट आई लर्न.
Sir, please some suggestions, very quick.
जो रियल मैं फॉलो करता हूं लगभग 10 साल से, आरओ लगा हुआ है मेरे घर में, और आरओ का वाटर जो वेस्टेज वाटर है, वेस्टेज वाटर की पाइप मैंने इतनी बड़ी करवा दी है कि वो डायरेक्ट प्लांटेशन में जाता है और अलग से उसको खाद और पानी की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ती. तो जो अलग से उसको खाद देने की जरूरत होती थी वो पैसा बचा, अलग से पानी देने की जरूरत नहीं, वो मेहनत बचा आपका. और जो दूसरी मेरी हैबिट है, प्लांटेशन का बड़ा शौक है हमें. मेरी कॉलोनी में सरकारी पौधे आए थे प्लांटेशन के लिए, तो सबने यूज किया, ढेर सारे पौधे बचे थे. मेरे बगल में एक प्लॉट खाली था, मैंने उसमें पूरा प्लांटेशन करवा दिया। लेकिन उसका नतीजा क्या, बड़े मजेदार बात है, किसी ने उस प्लाट वाले को बताया, देखो यार वो बगल वाले पूरा प्लांटेशन करवा दिए हैं, वो कब्जा कर लेंगे तुम्हारा प्लाट। और दूसरे दिन आ गए। मैं कहा नहीं भाई साहब, मैं तो प्लांटेशन करवाया हूं, जब आपको घर बनवाना होगा तो कटवा दीजिएगा, तब तक सो ऑक्सीजन निकलने दीजिए, पर्यावरण को ग्रीन रहने दीजिए, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। तो 1 घंटे पंचायत हुई, उसके बाद उन्होंने माने एक्सेप्ट किया उन्होंने कि ठीक है, अच्छा कोई बात नहीं। तो ऐसी भी घटनाएं हो जाती हैं। और दूसरी बात कि जो 135 से 40 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन हमारे देश में है, वो यदि अपने हैबिट में यह डाल ले कि हमारे पास अगर जगह नहीं है, एक्स्ट्रा लैंड नहीं है, तो सिर्फ अपने फ्लैट में, अपने घर में ही 10-20 प्लांट गमले में ऐसे लगाए जो ऑक्सीजन हमको प्रदान करते हैं, तो हमारे देश में अगर 140 करोड़ लोग ऐसे प्लांट लगा दें तो उनको ऑक्सीजन मिलेगा और अपने से ज़्यादा दूसरों को भी ऑक्सीजन देने का काम करेंगे, तो हमारे देश में तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ऐसे ही कम हो जाएगा। पर्यावरण प्रदूषित जो हो रहा है उसमें काफ़ी कमी आ जाएगी। ग्रीन सिटीज अपने आप डेवलप हो जाएगा। तो पर्यावरण को बैलेंस करने के लिए छोटे छोटे टेक्निक हैं जिसको हम अपने लाइफ में एक्सेप्ट करके, उसको अप्लाई करके इन सब कमियों को दूर कर सकते हैं। और बस 1 मिनट और मैं हम लोग जो पढ़ते आए हैं, चूंकि इंडिया में कल्चर है, एक सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम की जो कल्पना है, सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है और जो सुंदर है वही शिव है। इससे मनुष्य, यदि यह कल्पना साकार हो तो वास्तव में देश में मनुष्य का वास्तविक निर्माण होता है। इसी को यदि हम गरीबी, भूखमरी, बेरोजगारी से जोड़ें तो गरीबी इसलिए है क्योंकि भूखमरी है, भूखमरी इसलिए है क्योंकि बेरोजगारी है, और बेरोजगारी इसलिए है, बेरोजगारी है इसीलिए गरीबी और भूखमरी विद्यमान है।
थैंक यू सर।
तो यदि हम इन तीनों को दूर करने में सफल हो जाएंगे तो हमारे देश से वास्तव में ये सब कमियां दूर हो जाएंगी। तो हमारे विकसित भारत @ 2047 की परिकल्पना तो अपने आप साकार हो जाएगी। एक हरिवंश राय बच्चन की एक कविता 2 लाइन की मैं कहकर अपनी बात समाप्त करूंगा। मंजिल मिले ना मिले, मंजिल मिले ना मिले ये तो मुकद्दर की बात है, हम कोशिश ही न करें, हम कोशिश ही न करें ये तो गलत बात है। तो यदि हम कोशिश करें और 130 से 35 करोड़ जनता को भी अवेयर करें कि वह भी कोशिश करे, गरीबी, बेरोजगारी, भूखमरी को दूर करने में अपना थोड़ा सा योगदान करे, तो अपने आप हम विकसित भारत @ 2047 की कल्पना को साकार कर लेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Sir, concluding comments from
So,
you.
I quickly, because time is short, I'll quickly conclude my thought. So as all we are talking about different aspects, habits. So my habit is, in my office, where I sit, I stop the use of electricity to some extent until I see there is a proper natural light is available. So to what extent I keep my switch off at least for 4 to 5 hours, because I am getting natural light from the sun. When I see it's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and I have to sit until 7 o'clock in the evening, then I switch my tube light in my office. This is one practice which I am following, because that may not be possible for everybody, but wherever the natural light is available, we should make best use of that, right? Second habit, that I started collecting the paper which I take printout, but it has kept in my desk. So I started using those print back side of the pages to get the utilization. And in my office, in office also we implemented e-office system to what extent that physical movement of file can be controlled, because in government setup, lot of green sheet has to be circulated for approvals. So we have converted our filing system to e-filing system, which is developed by NIC, Ministry of IT. So this is another aspect of our to minimize the paper. And at my personal home also, we started thinking, because in kids at home, what they are doing. So it's pointing out something where they should learn, not to do, undo. So I have created a sustainability pledge in my house. I have taken printout and pasted on every gate of my entrance gate, my living room, my dining room, and sustainability pledge. Switch off this, switch on this, don't use this. I having a presentation where I have kept the sustainability pledge, but due to paucity of time, I cannot run the presentation. But that sustainability pledge, which I created for my house, that is in my PPT.
We'll share it among all the students. And
yeah, definitely.
We'll place it on our offices also.
Sure. Because I have kept the printout, which I pasted on every gate of my house. In my office also, my office boy, my personal assistant, everybody knows, do this, don't do this. So that is something which is your personal. So everything starts from you. Nobody will teach you. Nobody will guide you. We have to take our own steps to think about sustainability and, more importantly, responsibility. So I conclude with one verse of Bhagavad Gita. Natya shrastu yogosti na chekanti manshratah na chati swaprashilasya jagrato nevarjuna. The meaning is, those who eat too much or too little, those who sleep too much or too little cannot attain success. So the moral is, we have to adopt a lifestyle which is balanced lifestyle, a responsible lifestyle, be a minimalist to an extent, focus on stopping the throwaway culture. It is not useful, throw, control, try to see what we can further utilize and upcycle the things. I think that is a success mantra for sustainability, to being a responsible citizen, responsible father, responsible mother, responsible brother, responsible sister, whatever you see, everything comes with sense of responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think this is what we will like to conclude, and as we say, charity begins at home. So a small change can bring an avalanche, right? So that's why हमारी कोशिश है कि आप भी जाकर कुछ ना कुछ इन practices को follow करें. And since we are running short of time, but I'm seeing a lot of excited dignitaries also want to share their ideas. Maybe we will not have a question answer session, but we can talk about your habits.
Sunil ji,
yeah, please.
If you give me 30 seconds, can I share my
Yeah,
habits?
sure, please.
Yeah. I'll just address the audience also. I'll continue from where you stopped. There are 3 R's. First of all, reduce. If possible, reuse. And if technically possible, recycle. I have added 2 more R's. And I proudly say that I follow that. First of all, I rethink whether I have to purchase or not. I rethink. And 90% of the time, I refuse. I say no. So if all of you start rethinking, and if all of you refuse, say no, वो ना आपके पृथ्वी को और आपको वहां ले जाएगी जहां देखना हमारी फ्यूचर जनरेशन को संभव हो पाएगा. So for me it is 5 R's. Reduce, reuse, recycle, after me, rethink, and the last and the most important R, refuse, say no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Actually, I'm a little terrified by these ideas on consumption. I think we have to debunk our budget, debunk our finance ministry, debunk it. All of us, we know that in India, for example, 65% of your GDP is composed of consumption. Our growth rate has already plummeted from 8.2% in 24 to 5.4%, unfortunately, in the third quarter of the current fiscal. Am I right? All economists of the country, whole finance ministry, all of us are emphasizing why this happened. One answer is shortfall of consumption from 65% of GDP to 54% of GDP. The whole economist community is geared up to this thing, how to upscale. Okay? And the whole budget is replete with measures, starting from MSMEs, financing it, cutting down your income tax slabs, how to scale up your consumption. And here we are talking, well, I think all these reduced consumption, first sir, you said India has throwaway culture. I think it's just the opposite of that. I don't even let my toothpaste tube, if it is there's little bit, I keep on pressing it so that I fully utilize it. All my clothes, my shirt is 20 years old. I don't throw it. So therefore,
so India, I would like to answer.
Indian
please complete. Yeah.
Consumption, I think all of us, we have talked about reducing consumption. It is only Western imposition on us. Western countries have enjoyed that path of growth.
Yeah.
And now this is our time, Indian time. So I think we must consume. If we don't consume, no production, no employment, greedy. Am I right?
Sir,
so I think we have to rethink.
My shirt size keep on changing every year.
No, sir, your question, the question that you raised, that you are having a shirt from last 20 years, that is fine.
Yeah.
But you count yourself to be a person which you are already highlighting responsibility, right? That I am responsible. But out of 140 crore people, how many people are actually practicing? The question is this. Yes, you are right, that it is the age of consumption, true. But consumption is at not the cost of destroying that. That the concern is sustainability that the question is. Sustainability doesn't mean don't consume. Consume with responsibility.
नहीं मैं वो भी आपको बात बताता हूँ जो आप कहते हैं कि हम वेस्ट करते हैं. Last evening की बात बताता हूँ. Last evening, Rana Saab and I had our dinner together. He said, I'm coming to you to share dinner because I don't want to waste those vegetables in the katoris. So that, he saved 3 or 4 katoris, kept them and said, कि इसको हम जूठा नहीं करते. वो waiter आया, वो कहता, no sir, you do it. Whatever you weigh, you can eat it because this will not be wasted. It will go to the poor people. After we finish our meal, it will be put to use by distributing it to the poor who can't afford to eat this kind of stuff. So never think that we are wasting. Even in 5-star hotels, whatever is left over, it is not wasted. It is sent to those Juggi Jombli colonies and it is utilized.
Sir, let me answer your question. As you rightly said, hotels are not doing, but the question is how many hotels are actually having that policy of sustainability, right? How many people have that connect and sense of connect that if the food is available and it goes to somewhere, rather it goes to the waste, right? So the number still highlights the true picture that yes, people are adopted, started behaving responsibly, but still when you look at the figure of the amount of the waste that we are doing in India or globally, that is still given attention that more need to do to behave responsibly.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Suniji, we have to...
Yeah, I think my job is done because we have been able to provoke audiences as well as, there was intense discussion. So thank you very much for giving your personal experiences and thank you very much for listening to us.
Yes.
So that's the end of this session.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nita ma'am, please, Nita ma'am. Start. Start working, start working.
As we conclude this insightful panel discussion on building a sustainable future, challenges and opportunities, it is evident that sustainability is not just an aspiration but a necessity. The challenges, climate change, resource depletion, and social inequalities are immense, yet the opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and policy reforms offer hope. Now, as a token of our appreciation, we move forward the felicitation of our esteemed panelists whose expertise and perspectives have enriched this discussion. I would request Dr. Deepak Srivastav to felicitate Professor Dr. Indu Vashne with the memento. I would request Mr. Vibhuti Narayan Singh to felicitate Professor Dr. Kanhaiya Ahuja with a memento. I would request Dr. Santosh Pandey to felicitate Professor Dr. Chitranjan Senapati with a memento. I would request Ms. Poonam Singh to felicitate Dr. Rupesh Kumar with a memento. I would request Ms. Ankita Gupta to felicitate Professor Dr. Jagdish Singh with a memento. I would request Dr. Ashok Kumar to felicitate Professor Dr. Ashish Gupta with a memento. I would request Mr. Arun Kumar Uttam to felicitate Mr. Sunil Gupta with a memento. A huge round of applause, please. It is with profound gratitude and immense pleasure that I extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your invaluable contribution and unwavering support in making this panel discussion on building sustainable future, challenges and opportunities a grand success. I would now request all delegates to join us for lunch. We shall reassemble here at 2:50 for the valedictory session.
The chief guest has already started from his place. So we have to be very fast, very fast.
Students, it would be a quick lunch. You have to be back here in the next 40 minutes. The girls need to go to the girls' mess and the boys to the boys' mess. Thank you so much, everyone.
Of all irrelevance, when your heart is beating, 'cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction. So you can't take the pressure. So I start down to be strong. You can't fight the friction. So ease it off. And get into the system. We both know you need one. The tip of the needle is taking over you. And your heart is beating. 'Cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you've made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do? 'Cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction. So you can't take the pressure. So you can't fight the friction. So ease it off.
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus. The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT, depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors.
Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned 4 multi-purpose auditorium with a packs of 200 to 1300 capacity. The central hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college.
PSIT offers many joints to hang out, such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain, that is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the rate PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc., with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth.
We can try to sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the year which allows the students to follow their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Hello everyone. My name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. This successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone. My name is Ikra Javed. I am final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there's no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Shikhar Singh Tulna. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in BA Tech Mahindra, India's largest and world's 5th largest wastewater treatment company, for which I am always thankful to my college. With the marvelous efforts of all the training faculties, my faculty members of department, training team, PR team, PSIT CR, they taught me not only to learn but also how to explore. Grateful I will remain, values taught I will retain. The journey has just extended because connected I will remain. Thank you so much PSIT. I give the credit of my placement to you.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance, and your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so I start down to be strong. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off. And get into the system
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus.
The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT, depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors. Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned 4 multi-purpose auditorium with a pax of 200 to 1300 capacity. The central hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college. PSIT offers many joints to hang out such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain. That is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc., with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth. To sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the year which allows the students to follow their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Hello everyone, my name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. This successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Javed. I am final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there is no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Felicitation. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in BA Tech Mawar, India's largest and world's 5th largest wastewater treatment company, for which I am always thankful to my college. With the marvelous efforts of all the training faculties, my faculty members of department, training team, PR team, PSIT CR, they taught me not only to learn but also how to explore. Grateful I will remain, values taught I will retain. The journey has just extended because connected I will remain. Thank you so much PSIT. I give the credit of my placement to you.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance, and your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you've made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so easy. You can't take the pressure, so easy. It's not time to be strong. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off. Fight the friction, so easy. You can't take the pressure, so easy. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off.
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus.
The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who
are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT, depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors.
Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned, 4 multi-purpose auditorium with a packs of 200 to 1300 capacity. The Central Hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college. PSIT offers many joints to hang out such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain. That is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc., with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth. To sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the year which allows the students to follow their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Hello everyone. My name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. This successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone. My name is Javed. I am final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student, and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there's no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Felicitation. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in BA Tech Pawar, India's largest and world's 5th largest wastewater treatment company. for which I am always thankful to my college. With the marvelous efforts of all the training faculties, my faculty members of department, training team, PR team, PSIT CR, they taught me not only to learn but also how to explore. Grateful I will remain, values taught I will retain. The journey has just extended because connected I will remain. Thank you so much PSIT. I give the credit of my placement to you.
You're stuck in the middle of all irrelevance, and your heart is beating, cause you know that you gotta get out of the middle and rise to the top now. When you've made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. When you made it, won't you tell me what to do, cause I'm playing it all wrong. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so I start down to be strong. You can't fight the friction, so ease it off. You can't fight the friction, so you can't take the pressure, so you can't fight the friction, so ease it off.
PSIT, established in 2004, is a modern educational endeavor and has the finest infrastructure, expert teaching, methodology, research and development initiatives, and excellent placement records. The vibrant, eco-friendly campus.
The vision and mission of PSIT is to provide a community with a unifying sense of purpose and direction. It is one of the premier institutes for imparting quality technical education, keeping pace with the ever-changing world of science and technology. Our vision is to be recognized as one of the top 10 institutions in Northern India by 2020. Our mission is to provide an environment of effective learning and innovation to transform students into dynamic, responsible and productive professionals in their respective fields who are capable of adapting to the changing needs of the industry and society.
The name PSIT in itself is enough to tell one about the excellence and grandeur of this institute in every aspect. It is one of the premier and top-notch institutes of Northern India. At the moment, PSIT offers graduate and postgraduate programs in engineering, management, pharmacy, and computer application. The academia of PSIT surpasses those of many noteworthy institutes, but mere words prove nothing. The numbers speak for themselves. 13,000 plus students who completed their courses and passed out. 100 plus internship companies which aid our students in better understanding the technical knowledge they require. Record-breaking 3,000 plus on-campus placements and 1,000 plus research papers published through PSIT. depicting the intelligentsia of our faculty.
Every college makes a strong foothold with the concrete infrastructure. PSIT's vast premise gives imparting education in the most unimaginable ways. There are various facilities on campus available for the students.
PSIT proudly acclaims to be fully AC campus. All classrooms, laboratories and libraries are air-conditioned to provide the students comfort in learning. Classrooms are ventilated, theatrical style coupled with projectors. Hostels are spacious, air-conditioned as well as well-furnished. There are separate hostels for both boys and girls, laced with 24/7 internet through Wi-Fi, 24/7 power backup and medical facilities, extracurricular activities, anti-ragging campus. PSIT provides AC bus transportation to all students coming from different locations to campus. There are a fleet of more than 25 AC buses. Centrally air-conditioned, 4 multi-purpose auditorium with a packs of 200 to 1300 capacity. The Central Hall is a perfect venue for annual cultural and technical fest and events of the college. PSIT offers many joints to hang out such as canteen and coffee lounge that provides tasty snacks. Students enjoy their social life and also share words of wisdom. We have an AC mess that has a capacity of 2,000 students and serves hygienic food. There is a separate mess for both boys and girls. A large modern kitchen with steam cooking is attached to the mess hall. There is a centrally established RO plant in the PSIT campus for providing potable water. To facilitate the banking facility for the students and staff, PSIT have a branch of SBI functioning inside the campus to make banking easier for students. PSIT is a pace setter, the first campus to have a centralized AC plant having a capacity of 3,000 tons. Campus has 24/7 medical center and ambulance for any emergency, routine health checkups, male and female ward for medical daycare.
The Central Library of PSIT is a cesspool of knowledge, distributed in a wide area and is bloated with a marvelous collection of books and literature. Another feature of our library that augments to its value is the digital library domain. That is the part of main central library itself. It features several computer nodes with internet access for students to expand their horizons. Our library boasts more than 65,000 books of almost every subject. It functions as an excellent resource center for students to pursue their academic, research and training interests. Another feature of our library is the open shelf system for easy access to books and references.
In addition to classroom studies, PSIT also gives us a platform to practically implement our knowledge in our various high-tech labs. PSIT also conducts workshops on various softwares and latest technologies such as Android, Python, Java, Autodesk Inventor, Autodesk Fusion 360, MATLAB, RC Aircraft, and many others. These workshops give us an edge and makes us better from others.
Everything is theoretically impossible until it's done. With this motto in mind, our curriculum is built. More and more practical applications are imparted through our faculty members.
To be inquisitive and to think independently, to remain updated and nurture in the beautiful environment. The clubs at the PSIT are the real deals. PSIT brings to us a variety of clubs, each with their own vision and mission. But all they strive for is to make our future way better than our present. Clubs at PSIT not only nurture us, but guides us, motivates us, and brings out the best in us.
PSIT also provides various facilities for sports like football, basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, etc. with various trained coaches for both boys and girls. It also provides students to showcase their skills and talents in the event footprints.
The annual Technological and Cultural Fest of PSIT is Ignitia. Ignitia literally stands for People of Fire. But for PSITians, the term signifies creation and innovation in technology and culture. It consists of vicious competitions in various fields, which encourages the students to participate in them. It also features celebrity night and band performance, keeping in mind the peer interest of the youth. We can try to sum up Ignitia as a 2-day fest full of excitement, entertainment and interest. It marks that time of the year which allows the students to follow their dreams with all their hearts, open their mind and let the air fascinate them.
Hello everyone. My name is Avnish Shukla. I am a student of Mechanical Engineering Department and was recruited in 7th semester by India's biggest IT company, Infosys. Apart from the academic knowledge provided by the PSIT, Infosys also provides with the internship opportunities to implement the academic knowledge for practical applications. The successful journey would not be possible without the efforts of PSIT family. I would like to thank all the members, directors, faculty, staff, and especially training department who helped me a lot to achieve this success. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone. My name is Ikra Javed. I am final year student of Computer Science and Engineering Department. Friends, placement is the ultimate goal of an engineering student and I am immensely happy for being a part of PSIT. I got placed in Tech Mahindra, which is one of the most renowned company in the world. The continuous effort and guidance of the training department and the opportunity provided to me by the placement department has helped me to get through the recruitment process of Tech Mahindra. Training has helped me to develop further and strengthen my skills. And there's no doubt the college has left me walking out of the front door with a greater knowledge and perception. And I'm really grateful to college for all this. Thank you so much, PSIT.
Hello everyone, my name is Shekhar Singh Tulna. I am the student of Computer Science Department. I have recently been placed in Capgemini, which is one of the biggest multinational companies in the world. I would like to thank PSIT, especially the Training and Placement Department, for opening a world full of opportunities for its students. If one is confident, positive and hardworking, then nothing can stop you from getting placed at PSIT Kanpur.
PSIT, people popularly call it the best engineering college, but I call it the pious home to house and nurture future talent. My name is Bilal Ahmed and I am a student of final year civil engineering. I got placed in 7th semester in
Everyone is requested to please switch off the mobile.
मनमोहन सर बोल रहे होंगे तो मैं ऐसे उठा के चले जाऊँगी, थैंक यू करने आऊँगी तो यहाँ छोड़ दूँगी, तो विक्रम सर को जो मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर रही हूँ, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट किसको रखते हैं।
Everyone is requested to settle down. Please take your seats. As we draw the curtains on the two-day international conference on building future through humanities and technology, sustainable development goals and local actions, it is with a profound sense of gratitude and accomplishment that we stand before you today. Since yesterday, we have witnessed an incredible display of intellect, passion, and innovation as participants from around the globe came together to share their research findings and exchange their ideas. It is time now to recognize their efforts on the occasion of the valedictory session of this conference. Let me take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt welcome to the esteemed chief guest, G, Vice Chancellor of Harcourt Butler Technical University, Kanpur. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha, former Conference President, Indian Economic Association. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh, Professor, Institute of Management Studies, Banaras Hindu University. We also welcome the lifelines of PSIT, the pillars on which this institute stands, our accomplished directors, Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla, Group Director, PSIT Kanpur, CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani, Director, PSIT College of Higher Education, Professor Dr. S.K. Bhalla, Director, Pranveer Singh Institute of Technology, Professor Dr. A.K. Rai, Director, PSIT Pharmacy, Professor Dr. Vishal Mehta, Director, Administration, PSIT Kanpur, and Professor Dr. Raghavendra Singh, Director, Academics, PSIT Kanpur. Our sincere appreciation for the presence of the deans, heads of departments, members of the academia, research scholars, faculty, staff members, and dear students. I now request the dignitaries to please take their seats on the dais. Good afternoon, sir. This conference has been a testament to the power of collaboration, the spirit of inquiry, and the boundless possibilities that emerge when brilliant minds unite in pursuit of a common goal. The conference has also highlighted a holistic approach to sustainable development, combining the humanistic perspective with technological innovation to ensure that future advancements are inclusive, ethical, and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Before we proceed further, I would request Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla, Group Director, PSIT Kanpur, to please welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. Shamsher Singh, with a sapling. I request CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani, Director, PSIT College of Higher Education, to please welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Dr. APS Bhadoria, Dean IQAC, PSIT College of Higher Education, to please welcome our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh, with a sapling. I would now like to invite our Group Director, PSIT Kanpur, Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla, to kindly deliver his address.
Good afternoon. It's the great honor for whole PSIT family that today we are having the wonderful academician, researcher, industry expert with all of us. We are having today Professor Shamsher Singh Ji, Vice Chancellor, HVTU, Harcourt Butler Technological University, Kanpur, renowned institution, and now that is became the university. Sir is currently having the position of Vice Chancellor at HVTU Kanpur. We welcome Sir from the core of the heart. And at the same time, we are having other two academicians, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha and Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh, as a guest of honor of this particular occasion. We welcome you all at this moment of occasion. At the same time, we are sincerely thanks to Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani Ji, Director, PSIT College of Higher Education, and at the same time, conveners of this conference, Professor Dr. APS Bhadoria and Professor Uday Bhanji, for conducting this wonderful conference in a nice way. I am confident that all of you, including our students, must benefited from the discussions that we had from last 2 days. This kind of the occasions are generally basically not only related to the research. These occasions, these opportunities are basically significantly mean for giving the direction to the academia also. And the objective, the theme of this particular conference is very close to the requirement of the current time. That is the meaning of the sustainability, understanding of the sustainability, and at the same time implement the important aspect of this particular thing which is known as sustainability. In every aspect of our life, this particular word is indeed need of the current time. Whether it is science, whether it is technology, sometimes we are having the discussion on different aspect, different kinds of the energy, each and everything, that may be the water, that may be the electricity. The most important thing in current time is sustainability. So I'm quite confident that everyone who are present here must benefit from the discussion that we had from last 2 days. And I hope this kind of the occasion opportunities that we are having in the form of this conference will give the direction to the academia also. The team PSIT CHE had done a great job. The faculty members are basically involved in planning of this conference from last 4 months. They had done a great job. At the same time, the student participation from PSIT CHE is remarkable. We appreciate the kind of the dedication, the kind of the discipline shown by the student. That is a good sign. And if we are having this kind of the effort, this kind of the, the potential, definitely we are very close to top of the success. I wish a wonderful, the future of all students and researchers who are present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Director Sir to please take the session forward from here.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. We are really honored with the presence of the delegates on the dais, the dignitaries on the dais, and thankful to the Group Director, Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla, to have welcomed all the dignitaries. I am here to just give a brief of what has transpired till now. And I would like to share with the chief guest that yes, this was a 2-day international conference. The central theme was sustainability. Yesterday, we started with the inaugural session where we had the chief guest, the Honorable VC of Kanpur University, Professor Vinay Pathak ji, and we had the guests of honors and other delegates joining at the inaugural ceremony too. I would also like to share with the chief guest that yesterday, we also had a contest where students were asked to prepare prototypes related to sustainable development goals. This contest kick-started around 1 month ago. And there were 22 teams that were registered, and out of them, 13 teams qualified for the finale yesterday. And the finale was evaluated by esteemed jury members. One of them is sitting just next to you, sir, on your left, Professor Vikram Chadha ji. And the jury members have finally gone for 3 teams. The results will be declared in a short while from now. Winning a cash prize of 25,000, first prize, 15,000 second prize, and 10,000 third prize. These teams had prepared prototypes specifically related to at least one or more sustainable development goals out of the 17 sustainable development goals. Besides that, we have received more than 220 to be precise, research papers from across India and the globe. And out of the 220 research papers, 190 abstracts figured out in the souvenir, which was released yesterday on the occasion of the inaugural ceremony. Yesterday, we also had 2 technical sessions where the research papers were presented both in the online as well in the offline mode. And today we had the remaining, that is the 3rd technical session. So in together, 3 technical sessions where all these papers were presented either in the offline mode or in the online mode. And for each track of paper presentation, the best research paper has been shortlisted, which will be awarded today itself. Apart from that, we had a separate category of student presenting the research papers, students from within PSIT and outside PSIT. That was a separate track irrespective of the SDG, but coming within the umbrella of SDG. So out of those paper presentations, 3 best research papers contributed by students have been adjudged by the esteemed jury as the 1st, 2nd and 3rd best research papers. And these research papers will also be felicitated. Their authors will also be felicitated today, just before your address, sir. And apart from that, we conducted student poster presentations, where all the poster presentations were based on SDG. And out of those poster presentations, 3 best poster presentations will receive their recognition in the evening today. So, in a nutshell, we had a souvenir released. We had research papers from faculty members, research scholars, corporates. We had research papers from students. We had a contest for prototypes related to sustainable development goals. And we had a student poster presentation. Each and every effort put in by the participant deserves a huge round of applause. Apart from that, the last thing that's going to figure out in my small address is, on this occasion, PSIT College of Higher Education also released an e-book. It is an exceptional academic contribution because the e-book is titled as Building Future Through Humanities and Technology, Unlocking UN's 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As I mentioned, published under the distinguished banner of PSIT College of Higher Education. And let me share with you, sir, this particular e-book has 17 chapters, and each chapter is dedicated to a particular SDG. So 17 SDGs supported by 17 chapters, authored by 27 faculty members of PSIT College of Higher Education itself. So that e-book was unveiled yesterday by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kanpur University, and this e-book carries an ISBN number 2. And I would like to have a small view of the e-book, if it's possible right now. Possible? On the count of 3, 3, 2, and 1. As PSITians, we stand committed to making our necessary contribution to the society, and with the addresses of the members on the dais, we will be far more self-directed and far more knowledgeable after listening to your addresses. And we commit to you that whatever is possible to make the earth a better place to live in, every bit of it will be done by more than 10,000 students of PSIT and around 500 staff of faculty and staff members at PSIT. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. We truly appreciate your guidance. Before we invite the guest of honor of today's occasion to address this gathering, let me first introduce Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha to the audience. Dr. Vikram Chadha is a distinguished economist with over 43 years in academia. He has held prominent roles including Head of Punjab School of Economics and Dean at GNDU Amritsar, and has published extensively while mentoring over 60 scholars. Recognized globally, he is a noted speaker and has chaired expert panels, including serving as president of the 107th Indian Economic Association Conference 2024. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha to enlighten the audience with his words of wisdom.
A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Professor Bhagwan Jagwani ji, the Director of PSIT, Professor Shamsher Singh ji, Vice Chancellor, HBTU Kanpur, Professor Udayban Trivedi ji, Dean Academic, PSIT, Professor Manmohan Shukla ji, the Group Director of PSIT, Professor Abhijit Singh ji, Professor BHU, and Professor Badaria ji, Dean PSIT, and my dear senior faculty members, all faculty members, my dear students, research scholars, and in fact the whole team PSIT. Dr. Jagwani ji, thank you very much. You remember last year also in your $5 trillion economy conference, you called me for the similar assignment in the valedictory, and I told you that although valedictory is an occasion full of despondency in a way that it's a somber occasion because we have to part after this, but with the hope that we will meet again, and that is what I did. You opened a little window and I leapt onto it. And I am back with you once again. Reason. It is such a pulsating campus full of lively students, staff, academics, and you feel literally on the top of the world. I think if you talk about sustainable development, one simply has to have a little peep into this beautiful institution with ultra-modern campus, with students full with etiquettes, mannerism, disciplined students, and I think discipline is one thing which takes nations to inexorable heights, and that is what I think you are on the way for that. And that is why I told Professor Jagwani that given me the opportunity, I will simply jump on to that opportunity. Sustainable development is, besides garnering mundane worldly assets, is all about happiness. If people of the country are satisfied, contented, it was discussed in the panel that they are able to surmount conflicts, they are able to surmount jealousies, contentions. I think such people are the happiest, and I'm proud to say that today I'm standing in the happiest city of my country. I hope You know, Kanpur bracketed with Jaipur, where I held a IEA conference recently in December last. Both are happiest cities of my country, and I'm proud to be associated with them. The institute needs to be complemented thoroughly for organizing such a riveting conference on the most topical theme of Sustainable Development Goals. The whole world is agog with concerns whether they will be able to achieve the targeted goals by 2030 as stipulated in the 2012 Rio de Janeiro conference of 20 nations, whereby they decided that the Millennium Development Goals conceived in 2002 will be transformed into Sustainable Development Goals and would come into force for practice since 2015. And 17 such goals were enshrined and were discussed threadbare in the panel on SDGs and some online presentations this morning. Sustainable development, in fact, means that we should develop without compromising the future generations, needs of the future generations. In simple words, it translates into that we have to conserve our resources. That was repeatedly pointed out in the discussion this morning, that depletion of resources has to be abjured. We have to very consciously, very cautiously conserve our resources, be it minerals, be it forests, be it water. All resources need to be conserved. And we have to be believing in moderation rather than extremes. Moderate consumption, modern behavior, and the sustainable. So sustainability also will mean improving quality of life. And quality of life will improve once you people are happy. And Kanpur people are already very happy. And therefore you will have a best quality of life. So minimizing depletion of natural resources, respects and conservation of all forms of life, flora and fauna, checking pollution. And as it was discussed once again, pollution will be checked once we reduce our energy consumption. And India is already third largest consumer of energy in the world. And therefore it has adopted zero net emission by 2070 in line with the Paris Summit on climate sustainability. And the first goal is to produce or base our GDP by 2030 on 500 gigawatt watts of renewable energy. And also to, in other words, to reduce our GDP content, the renewable energy content of GDP to 45 to 50%. In simple words, it means that we have to stress now on depending our production on renewable energy and minimizing the content of fossil fuels, because it only increases the carbon footprint, or it emits greenhouse gases. And therefore, in other words, also by 2035, India targets to phase out all the fossil fuel based cars, for example, or vehicles. And they plan that since from 2035 onwards, no new vehicle will be fossil fuel based, it will all EVs. So these are the targets. And It was also planned that, it has been planned that by 2030, we will produce 5 million tons of green hydrogen. It is also planned that by 2030, we will have 100 megawatts of nuclear energy. So all these renewable sources. In all, at present, our total capacity of renewable energy generation is 163 gigawatts. So India is progressing gradually, and India is also a leader in the International Solar Alliance, which has already associated 27 countries, including France. So they are our followers. So India is leading in a number of ways. India has made tremendous progress. It was again pointed out. Our GDP has touched how much? What is our GDP at present in terms of dollars? $3.90 trillion. And we are already the 5th largest economy. And we intend to be the 3rd largest by maybe 27, when we attain $5.57 trillion, pushing behind Japan and Germany. Japan, I think we are about to catch up, because Japanese economy has slid down to $4.44 trillion due to recession there, and our GDP is going up from 3.17 earlier to 3.90. Or in rupee terms, it translates into around 280 lakh crore rupees, which was just 321 lakh crore in 1990 when we started economic reforms. No, sorry, our per capita income was $321. And now what is the per capita income? 1.72 lakh. And we plan to achieve the goal of $30 trillion economy by 2047, or $14,000 to $18,000 per capita income by 2047. India grew at 8.2%, as I pointed out just now, a little bit earlier. 8.2% in 2024, but now we have, growth has tapered down to 5.4, very unfortunately, in the 3rd quarter of the current fiscal. And let's see that how much is the growth at after 31st March 2025. I think we intend to have it around 6.4% or something. Let's see. Meaning to say that India has grown tremendously from the land of snake charmers to dancing on the moon now. We are producing doctors and IT engineers, sending it all across the Silicon Valley is dominated by Indians. We have a plan to achieve an export target of $2 trillion by 2030. Unprecedented. Already we have crossed our historical landmarks by achieving $776 billion of exports last year. And the march is towards $2 trillion export economy. Defense exports jumping to 50,000 crores. So India is making tremendous progress everywhere. Income is rising. Poverty has come down to 11%, and by World Bank standards of per capita per day consumption of $1.90, it is said to have come down to around 3%. You don't find any news about any more starvation deaths. But will you call this development sustainable? If I tell you that as per the Oxfam report, 1% of your top population accounts for 73% of the national wealth. Poverty is there, although 2%, 3% fine, but officially it is stated to be 11%. That means you have hungry people around still. In spite of the fact that 80 crore people are being covered under Antyodaya scheme, free rations are being distributed. Still poverty persists. Multidimensional poverty. It's not only eating rotis, but many other deprivations, they permeate our society. And that is very despicable for such rapidly developing society. You can't call the people are not happy. Your ranking in the hunger index is way down at 109. Your ranking in the quality of life index is way down around 125. Index of happiness below 100 in the committee of about 165 odd nations. Very poor. And somebody pointed, smaller countries, our neighbors are doing better as far as Human Development Index is concerned. This is not acceptable. India is making so much rapid progress, but we have to make it sustainable. Conservation of resources for our posterity is absolutely essential. It is indispensable, cannot be swept under the carpet. And among the Sustainable Development Goals, if you keenly look into them, practically 5 to 7 goals are geared to removal of poverty, hunger, disease, improving quality of life, improving the standard of education, improving the quality of employment. All these are ramifications of your reduction of poverty and inequality. And it's good, it's desirable. It is that government is leaving no stone unturned in trying to overcome poverty and inequality. If you look at number of schemes have been launched, all your food for work programs, Manrega, which is an employment generation scheme, Antyodaya scheme, Ayushman Bharat, which gives a cover of 5 lakh rupees to an ordinary citizen. 50 crore people have benefited. Jan Dhan scheme, under which 50 crore people have had their bank accounts, who could not even dream of having that. And then you have DBT, direct benefit transfer for PM Kisan, under PM Kisan Yojana. All these people get 6,000 rupees annually directly transferred into their accounts. So government is doing their maximum in overcoming poverty and inequality. But we have our problems, we have our challenges. Large population is one. And government has, if you remember, since independence, introduced land reforms to eliminate unequal distribution of wealth in the villages, introduced MRTP Act so as to eliminate or control monopolies, introduced number of skill formation schemes like Vishkarma Kaushal Yojana, under which an ordinary worker will be given loans to acquire skills. We have a very large population. It was just said, average age of Indian worker is 29 years in comparison to 40 years. We have a young, lively population, which if harnessed properly, can become, as it is called, population dividend. It can generate assets, it can generate incomes, assets. And that is what our intention is. At present, only 4.5% of population has critical skills. We want to raise it to 30% of our workforce by 2030. And all these cognitive skills, technical skills, soft skills, all these skills have to be to make the workers employable, not only employed but employable. Because we have to continuously reskill, upskill our workforce so as to provide them opportunities for employment. And it's employment only that will enable the people to, or the government to eliminate poverty and reduce income inequalities. And it is not only labor or training or only skill formation, but entrepreneurial development is also equally essential, because it has been, studies have pointed out that 8% of the skilled population can be placed. So you have to create opportunities for self-employment, and it's possible only, and that is why since 2015 we had formulated the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship combined together. Because till now entrepreneurship in our country is only necessity driven, कि भाई employment मिली चलो भाई entrepreneur बन जाओ, ऐसे नहीं है. Entrepreneur has to be consciously developed as an innovator and to promote efficiency. And that is why our MSME, in spite of being such a large sector, 80% to 90% sector of the economy, but contributing hardly 20-25% to our GDP. Highly unproductive. So you have to develop those entrepreneurial skills who will surge our industrial platform. And Make in India kind of stuff, Skill India Mission, Startup India Mission, all these schemes are geared to induce that spirit of entrepreneurship in our young population. And you have deployed many income redistribution policies, taxation policies, which have now boomeranged. And studies have shown, Galindo's study has shown that pushing your fiscal policy or taxation policy beyond certain time will discourage investment production. So therefore, if you have to generate employment, reduce inequality and eliminate poverty, you have to generate these employment avenues. And that is possible not by only skilling the workers, but also to provide the avenues for entrepreneurial development. And many schemes have been launched by giving them credit guarantees, giving them free loans, giving them various tax concessions, that these entrepreneurs are encouraged to take up self-employment. And I think you people who are technically trained and skilled will leave no opportunity, I am sure, and I wish you the best of luck for that you will have a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wise words. We are truly delighted by your presence. Allow me to invite our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh, to address this gathering. Dr. Abhijit Singh, a professor at BHU, has 24 years of academic experience. He holds a PhD in supply chain optimization and specializes in human resource and marketing management. With over 21 international and 63 national research papers, 5 books, 15 book chapters, he has significantly contributed to academia. He has held key administrative roles and trained executives at NTPC, IOCL, and more. His research projects funded by UGC and Ministry of Human Resource Development focus on marketing strategies and e-content development. Dr. Singh has also organized 24 national and international conferences. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh to address the gathering.
So, very good afternoon. Professor Shamsher Singh, sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of HBTU Kanpur, my very close friend, Professor Bhagwan Jagwani Sahab, Professor Bhadoria, the directors, dignitaries on the dais, the delegates, participants of this international conference, and my dear students of BBA and BCA. पिछले 2 दिनों में आपने बहुत सारी चीज़ें सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बारे में सुनी होंगी. We'll have a different path in the 10 minutes that Dr. Bhagwan has given me. मैं पिछले 15, 20, 25, 30 मिनट से ये देख रहा हूँ कि टीचर्स जो है वो बेचारे मेहनत करके हर कॉरिडोर में घूम रहे हैं और सोने वालों को और मोबाइल देखने वालों को जगा रहे हैं. I'll come to sustainability. मैं ऐसे बात नहीं करता हूँ. I have a very limited time और मैं आपके टाइम की वैल्यू अपने टाइम से कम नहीं करता हूँ. तो टीचर्स बेचारे जो है घूम घूम के बच्चों को जगा रहे हैं. इसमें बच्चों की गलती नहीं है. किसकी गलती है? ठीक है, आप पहली वाली गलती का नाम मत लीजिए, मैं जानता हूं किसकी है. मैं दूसरी वाली पे आता हूं. दूसरी गलती है चावल और रोटी की. दूसरी गलती जो है वो चावल और रोटी की इसलिए है, बड़ा सिंपल सा बायोलॉजिकल फॉर्मूला है, शायद आपको न पता हो. जब आप खाना खाते हैं तो इंसुलिन सिक्रीट होता है. इंसुलिन सिक्रीट होता है क्यों? क्योंकि वो ग्लूकोज को डाइजेस्ट करता है. सोने वाले जग जाए प्लीज, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है, आपके जीवन के बारे में जानिएगा. तो आप इंसुलिन जब सिक्रीट करते हैं तो वो ग्लूकोज को डाइजेस्ट करता है, और ग्लूकोज को जब डाइजेशन शुरू होता है तो फैट सेल्स से फैट निकलना बंद हो जाता है. जब ग्लूकोज का डाइजेशन शुरू होता है तो आपके सारे मसल्स वगैरह में ग्लूकोज कम हो जाता है, जिसकी वजह से आपको थोड़ी सी थकान, निद्रा, और अगर उसके बाद टीचर्स जगाते हैं तो सरदर्द भी हो सकता है. तो पहले फैक्टर से जितना सरदर्द होता है उससे ज्यादा दूसरे वाले से हो सकता है. हाउ इज सस्टेनेबिलिटी रिलेटेड टू दिस पॉइंट? दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. सस्टेनेबिलिटी जीवन के हर आयाम में है, हर एक आयाम में. हम 20 साल से एक शर्ट पहन रहे हो, हम कितना अपने कपड़े, जूतों, चप्पलों, गाड़ियों, फ्यूल, एनवायरनमेंट, बत्ती, बिजली का इस्तेमाल करते हो. ये सब चीज़ें इतने बेसिक लेवल पे आके सस्टेनेबिलिटी से जुड़ी हुई हैं कि आप इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते. अगर आप एक रोटी या आधा कटोरी चावल कम खाएंगे तो आप उस फॉर्मूले को फॉलो करेंगे जो कि सदियों से सिखाया जाता है, काक चेष्टा बको ध्यानम. जानते हो? 25-30 साल के नौजवान व्यक्ति को इसका पूरा ज्ञान होना चाहिए. वो आवाज सुई के गिरने पर अलर्ट होना चाहिए. चावल खा के सोना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि अपॉर्चुनिटी जीवन में जब दस्तक देती है तो बेटा पता नहीं चलता. तो वी हैव टू बी अलर्ट. और अलर्ट कब रहेंगे? जब खाना कम खाएंगे. लॉन्ग टर्म इफेक्ट क्या होगा? आपका राशन बचेगा. जिसको नहीं मिल रहा है, जैसा कि हम लोग 2 दिन में सुन रहे थे, बहुत लोगों को नहीं मिलता, उनको मिलने लगेगा अगर वो खरीद पाए तो. राइट? सो इट इज क्लियर नाउ. अब टीचर्स को मेहनत नहीं करनी होगी, वो लोग अपनी जगह बैठ सकते हैं, तब हम लोग आगे बढ़े. गुड. मैं आपको बोर नहीं करूंगा. रेस्ट एश्योर्ड, आई एम वेरी पर्टिकुलर अबाउट टाइम, सो डोंट वरी. I'll talk about sustainability on 4 basic pillars. The first one is core competency, second is empathy, consistency, and lastly optimization. चारों चीज़ों के बारे में आप अच्छी तरह से जानते होंगे. जानते हैं? सिंपल अंग्रेजी के मतलब इनके पता है आपको? चावल आवाज को नहीं दबाता बेटा. जानते हो कि नहीं? हाँ, गुड. कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी. अब चलते हैं हम लोग एलकेजी यूकेजी में वापस. बीबीए बीसीए आपने बहुत पढ़ लिया. कछुआ और खरगोश की दौड़ हुई थी, कौन जीता था? अच्छा, ये तो पहली कहानी है ना. उसके बाद क्या हुआ? लास्ट में कौन जीता? नहीं, गलत. तो आपको आगे वाली कहानी नहीं पता. वो क्या है? एनीबडी? एनीबडी? लास्ट में क्या हुआ? देयर आर 4 वर्जन ऑफ द स्टोरी. द लास्ट वर्जन इज लेटेस्ट 2022. उसमें क्या हुआ? साथ में जीत गए. वेरी गुड. जिसको आप क्या कहते हो मैनेजमेंट में? साइनर्जी. जिसको आप साइनर्जी कहते हैं. दोनों लोग मिलके काम करेंगे तो 2 + 2 7 6 8 कुछ हो सकता है, 4 से ज्यादा होगा. यही है? यही है? गुड. तो कछुआ और खरगोश की कहानी में खरगोश की महारत या कॉम्पिटेंसी ये कहती है, इफ द टॉर्टोइज इज स्मार्ट एनफ टू टेक द रैबिट ऑन द ट्रैक विच हैज वाटर, ही हैज अ विन विन सिचुएशन। अगर आप उस भूमि पे खड़े होकर युद्ध करेंगे जिस पे आप जीत सकते हैं, तभी आप जीत सकते हैं। कैसे, इस एग्जाम्पल का सस्टेनेबिलिटी से ग्लोबल क्या इंपैक्ट है, वहां आते हैं। अब 25 साल पहले, 30 साल पहले जब पूरी दुनिया चाइना में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने गई, तो चाइना वाले इत्मीनान से बैठ के इन लोगों का अध्ययन कर रहे थे। बहुत सारे सेक्टर्स में लोग गए, फ्रॉम द टेक्नोलॉजी टू ऑटोमोबाइल टू मोबाइल्स एंड रेफ्रिजरेटर्स एंड टीवी, एवरीथिंग सब चाइना में बनता है। चाइना वालों ने एक सेक्टर पकड़ा, ऑटोमोबाइल, और उन्होंने देखा 2 तरीके के लोग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने आ रहे हैं। एक अमेरिका से आते हैं जिनका थ्रस्ट एरिया होता है आईसी इंजन्स का एक्सपर्टाइज, V4, V6, V8, V12, वो इंजन के स्ट्रेंथ पे काम कर रहे हैं, अमेरिका का एक्सपर्टाइज वहां है। दूसरी पार्टी आई जापान से, उनकी कॉम्पिटेंसी थी एफिशिएंसी पे, उन्होंने हाइब्रिड्स पे काम किया, उन्होंने सुपर इथेनॉल मिक्स्ड पेट्रोलियम पे काम किया, उन्होंने फ्यूल पे काम किया, मतलब वो एफिशिएंसी पे काम करते रहे। चाइना वालों ने जब ये दोनों डायरेक्शंस की स्टडी कर ली, तो उनको ये समझ में आया कि इस मैदान में जाके लड़ाई करने से फायदा नहीं होगा। क्यों नहीं होगा? क्योंकि ये दोनों रैबिट्स हैं अपने एरिया के, और हम खरगोश हैं, हम टॉर्टोइज हैं। हमको ऐसी जगह चाहिए जहां एक तालाब हो, पानी हो, जहां रैबिट न दौड़ पाए। तो उन्होंने वो तालाब कहां खोजा? ईवीज में। हम ऑटोमोबाइल की बात कर रहे हैं, देशों की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। इंडिया में कैसे खोजेगा? ईवीज में खोजा। उन्होंने वो सेक्टर निकाला जिसमें किसी का ध्यान न जाए। आज की डेट में टेस्ला की सेल यूरोप में 45% गिर गई है, लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट, और BYD की सेल अमेरिका में 35-36% बढ़ी हुई है लास्ट ईयर। इतनी बढ़ गई है कि ट्रम्प जी ने उसके टैक्सेशन को बढ़ाने का, और सभी लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद वो टेस्ला को बीट कर रही है अक्रॉस द ग्लोब। सच इज द टेक्नोलॉजी। आपके अपने देश के महारत कंपनीज जो हैं, आपकी महिंद्रा एंड महिंद्रा की जो ईवीज है, वो उनकी सेल्स पे काम करते हैं, ब्लेड सेल्स। तो कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी का महत्व यह है कि आप उस एरिया में काम करिए, वहीं सस्टेन कर पाएंगे लंबे टाइम तक। वो अगर लिखने पढ़ने में बहुत अच्छा है और मैं बोलने में बहुत अच्छा हूं, तो मुझे बोलने में काम करना चाहिए, मैं लिखने में क्यों जा रहा हूं? आपकी क्लास के जो 60 बच्चे हैं, वो सब अलग अलग डायरेक्शंस में अच्छे होंगे। आप वो बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, तो मैं वही काम उससे अच्छा करने जाऊंगा, तो आप नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो दैट इज वन सस्टेनेबिलिटी लर्निंग लेसन, दैट कोर कॉम्पिटेंसी हैज टू बी डेवलप्ड। हम अगर इसको सीखते हैं तो सक्सेस। दूसरा इसी का एग्जाम्पल अपने देश में आई है। हिंदुस्तान मोटर्स का नाम सुना आपने? क्या बनाते थे ये लोग? एम्बेसडर। ये ऐसा दौड़ने वाला, ऐसा रनर था जो अकेले रेस दौड़ रहा था। दौड़ रहा था कि नहीं? जीता? अकेले जाके दौड़ते हुए भी हार गया। क्यों हार गया? एग्जैक्टली टाइम के संग न बदलना, यह सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बिल्कुल विरुद्ध एक सिद्धांत है। अगर आप डायनेमिक नहीं है तो वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है। आप कुछ दिन तक चावल रोटी ज्यादा खा के दोपहर में सो सकते हैं, लेकिन पता चलने के बाद भी खाते रहेंगे तो ये गलती आपकी है, तो आप एम्बेसडर हैं। तो फेलियर के फॉर्मूले अगर पता है तो कॉम्पिटेंसी ये कहती है कि उसको तुरंत इरेडिकेट कर दो। और जिस सेक्टर में इंडस्ट्री ग्रो कर रही है, ये बिजनेस के सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, एनवायरमेंट में नहीं जा रहा हूं अभी। तो दैट इज द एरिया यू शुड बी लुकिंग एट, पॉइंट नंबर 1। सेकेंड इज एम्पैथी। ये क्या होता है? अगर बच्चा सो रहा हो तो उसको उठाइए मत, यही एम्पैथी है। क्या होती है एम्पैथी? एग्जैक्टली, put yourself into the shoes of others and see the pain that they feel. Think of environment as if you are the environment. बहुत सारी चीजें आपने सुनी, पान पे जो है सड़क पे मत थूको, कचरा सड़क पे मत फेंको, ये सारी चीजें आप अपने आप को अगर सड़क और ये सब चीजों की जगह पर रख के देखेंगे तो आपको ये समझ में आएगा कि जो मैं कर रहा हूं या कर रही हूं उसका इंपैक्ट क्या है। एम्पैथी का बिजनेस डायमेंशन ऑफ सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्या कहता है? आइडिया की कोई कमी नहीं है पूरे विश्व में, भारत में तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे पास टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा है। इसलिए जिसके पास टाइम होता है उसके पास आइडियाज़ भी बहुत होते हैं। आइडिया की कोई कमी नहीं है। कमी किस बात की है? इम्प्लीमेंटेबल सक्सेसफुल आइडियाज़ की। आज से 25 साल पहले जब एक आदमी ने ये देखा कि लोग ट्रेनों में बसों में जाते हैं तो सुराही लेकर के जाते हैं फैमिली के साथ, या वो पानी के बर्तन पे बोरा लपेट के जाते हैं ताकि गर्मी में पानी गर्म ना हो जाए। ये सब अध्ययन जब उसने किया तो उसको ये समझ में आया कि ये बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस है। अगर मैं पानी को पैक करके इन लोगों को दे दूं, पीते हुए जाओ, और जहां खरीदना हो फिर खरीदो, आज 20 रुपए में देने में किसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बिजनेस बन गया। ऐसे ही एक आदमी हवा के बारे में रिसर्च कर रहा है कि कैसे इन लोगों के कंधे पे जो लैपटॉप का बैग है उसमें हवा डाल दे और इनके नाक में एक पाइप लगा दे, और आप 5 साल में ऐसे ही घूमेंगे। ये भी जान लीजिए, in the next 5 to 10 years you are going to purchase air and that is going to be marketed and the process is on. The problem with this is हमको बिजनेस आइडिया नहीं, हमको बिजनेस आइडिया की सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे जरूरत है। वो कैसे आएगी? एम्पैथी से। एम्पैथी क्या कहती है? आप खुद अगर कस्टमर हैं तो क्या आप उस सर्विस को खरीदेंगे? अगर क्वेश्चन यस है, आप खुद पैसा लगाएंगे क्या इन्वेस्टर बन के अपने आइडिया में? अगर आंसर यस है, द आइडिया इज ऑन। सेकेंड, सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन बिजनेस पैरामीटर इज एम्पैथी। क्लियर है? थर्ड, तो देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ एग्जांपल्स, आई वोंट गो इनटू द डेप्थ ऑफ इट। कंसिस्टेंसी। कछुए और खरगोश में कौन कंसिस्टेंट है? कछुआ। एक रूल है दुनिया में कि अगर आप कोई काम 10,000 घंटे तक लगातार तो नहीं कहूंगा मैं, करते हैं विथ सर्टेन अमाउंट ऑफ ब्रेक्स, से इन द पीरियड ऑफ 5 or 10 years, you are going to be the world's best identity of that work, be it playing a guitar, be it running, be it some sports। लेकिन इतना कोई नहीं कर सकता, इसीलिए जो करता है वो बेस्ट होगा। ये एक रूल है। तो कंसिस्टेंसी यही कहती है कि अगर हमारे पास भारत में अपने कल्चर में एग्जाम्पल्स की कोई कमी नहीं है। हम तो प्रणाम करते हैं ना सूर्य देवता को जब वो रोज सुबह आते हैं। कभी ऐसा होता है क्या कि आज मन नहीं कर रहा उठने का? नहीं ना। तो इतनी छोटी छोटी चीजों से जब सीखने को मिल रहा है तो वेयर इज द डर्थ ऑफ एग्जाम्पल्स एंड नॉलेज? व्हाई कांट वी बी कंसिस्टेंट? जो भी आप कर रहे हैं उसको रेगुलर बेसिस पे करते रहिए। दैट इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल्स ऑफ कंसिस्टेंसी। बहुत ही खराब बिजनेस केसेस ऐसे हैं जिनको कि आप बुद्धिज्म में अगर आप जाइएगा तो बुद्धिज्म हमेशा मिडिल पाथ की बात करता है, कहता है ना, नो एक्सट्रीम्स, एवरीथिंग शुड बी सम मिड पाथ। तो मिड पाथ का कंसेप्ट ये कहता है कि आप या कोई और जनरली रिसोर्सेज की बात करिए, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, वाटर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये सारे हैं क्या? दीज आर रिसोर्सेज। हम एक मोटरसाइकिल खरीद के लाए, तीनों लोग एक ही मोटरसाइकिल 3 बच्चों ने खरीद ली। एक ने उसका भयंकर इस्तेमाल किया, खूब दौड़ाया, रगड़ के 5 साल में बाइक जो है बिल्कुल खत्म हो गई। दूसरे वाले ने कहा नहीं तो उल्टा करूंगा, मैं एकदम संभाल के चलाऊंगा, कभी बैठूंगा नहीं, रोज साफ करूंगा और 10-20 किलोमीटर पे जाऊंगा धीरे धीरे करके। वो 15-20 साल तक चलती रही। एक ने कहा कि जो स्पेसिफिकेशन लिखा है उतनी फॉलो करूंगा और 10 से 15 साल चलाऊंगा। विच वन इज ऑप्टिमल? ऑप्टिमल का मतलब क्या होता है? व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ ऑप्टिमल? हाँ, ऑप्टिमाइज यूज को क्या कहते हैं? एक ही वर्ड है, सिंपल स्मॉल वर्ड। एग्जांपल हिंट देता हूं, 4 लेटर्स। बेस्ट। ऑप्टिमल का मतलब है बेस्ट। चाहे वो आदमी हो, चाहे बिजली हो, चाहे गाड़ी हो, चाहे पानी हो, चाहे हवा हो, आपको ऑप्टिमल यूज करना है। ऑप्टिमल का मतलब ही होता है बेस्ट। बेस्ट करोगे तो खुद भी करोगे, आगे भी देके जाओगे। तो ये 4 सिद्धांत अगर हम जीवन में ले आए और अपने लाइफ प्रिंसिपल्स में, बेसिक चीजों में, शर्ट जब उतार के फेंकने का मन करे तो उस समय लोहे का एक स्ट्रक्चर आता है जिसको कहते हैं हैंगर। बहुत महंगा नहीं होता लेकिन उस शर्ट के पैसे के मुकाबले में बहुत यूजफुल हो जाएगा अगर उसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाएगी तो आप भी जो है किसी 50, 15, 20, 30 साल बाद कहीं जाके बताएंगे कि ये कोट जो है मेरा 20 साल पुराना है क्योंकि मैं हैंगर पे टांगता था। These small things make you sustainable. Sustainability कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है. It is a daily life practice that one should follow. I hope कि मैंने चावल वालों के संग कोई अन्याय नहीं किया. जो सो गए थे वो प्लीज जगे रहें और अभी हम लोग और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज की तरफ जा रहे हैं. So thank you for giving me time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this event with your insightful remarks. So as we approach the last leg of the conference, it's time for awards and accolades. Allow me to recognize and honor the distinguished research scholars who have won the Best Research Paper Award in the track under which they presented their research work. This remarkable endeavor exemplifies the values of progress, sustainability, and innovation. I request the dignitaries to please step forward and do the honors. With great pleasure, let us call upon the stage the best research paper winners under different tracks. The first paper is titled Prospects and Challenges for Circular Economy Practices for Solid Waste Management, a Theoretical Analysis, authored by Ms. Rupal Agarwal. The next paper is titled Analyzing the Role of Digital India in the Manufacturing Sector and its Impact on India's Sustainable Development, a Perspective on Green Logistics, authored by Ms. Sonali Yadav. The next paper is titled Achieving Comprehensive Primary Health Care, Role of Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Centers, authored by Ms. Shraddha Bhatia. The next paper is authored by Ms. Anika Pandey, Mr. Sandeep Agarwal, Dr. Muhammad Ehsan Raza Noori, Dr. Nafees Akhtar Farooqi, and the title of the paper is A Study on Adopting Machine Learning to Develop Sustainable Predictive Models for Diabetes Management. We have 6 research papers which were conducted or which were delivered on the online mode. The topic of the paper, the first paper is Integration of Circular Economy Principles with Sustainable Development Goals, a Systematic Review Study, authored by Ms. Lakshmi, Ms. Shefali Srivastav, Mr. Ashish Dwivedi, and Mr. Harshit Sanghi. The next paper is Navigating Sustainability, ESG, Circular Economy, and the 10 R's in India towards achieving sustainable development goals, which is authored by Ms. Aarti Nigam, Dr. Devesh Ranjan Tripathi. We have another paper which was delivered in the online mode, which was titled Impact of Micro-Blogging Platforms on Investment Decisions in Retirement and Pension Products, authored by Mr. Sarthak, Mr. Pradeep Kumar, Mr. Muhammad Ghayas Ansari, and Dr. Afreen Fatima. Another paper, Mindfulness as a Buffer for Emotional Burnout, the Meditating Role of Emotional Intelligence, which was authored by Dr. Priya, Mr. Bhagya Shikha, Miss Harshita Lakhani. The next paper was titled Fake News in Role of Alternative Media, Social Media and its Impact on Indian Society. Okay, so it's now time to recognize the honor the accomplished student scholars who have won the Best Research Paper Awards in their category. The third position has been secured by the paper titled IoT in Green Technologies, Ethical and Privacy Challenges in a Connected World, authored by Deepika Dhamija. The second position has been secured by the research paper titled Driving Sustainable Choices, Influence of Green Marketing Strategies on Consumer Adaptation of Eco-Friendly Products, authored by Ms. Princy Singh. The second position is also shared by another paper, Algae-Powered Urban Lungs, an approach to urban air purification and carbon sequestration, authored by Ms. Ishita Tiwari, Ms. Japleen Kaur, Kanishka Tirthani and Shreya Ahuja. The winners for the category are Sayogita Mishra, Sakshi Pandey and Nandini Jain with their paper titled Challenges and Innovations in Green Logistics, Advancing Sustainability with Zero Emission Technologies. It's time now to announce the best three poster presentations under the student poster presentation category. The third position has been secured by, the title of the paper is Air Pollution. The students are Agam, Akshara Verma and Naman Tripathi. The second position has been secured by the paper Life Below Water. The name of the students are Ashna Katiyar, Kashi Mishra, Atharv Dikshit and Sanskriti Gupta. The winner of the poster presentation is Aditi Srivastav with a paper titled Environmental Sustainability. As a part of our aim to inculcate the spirit of innovation and problem solving among today's youth, a contest under the call for student project ideas and prototypes related to sustainable development goals was conducted by PSIT College of Higher Education. This contest required young minds to channel their creativity and technical prowess into developing innovative, substantial and meaningful solutions that addresses various aspects of sustainable development. Out of 13 teams that would make it to the final round, the top 3 teams, as adjudged by the jury members, would be awarded a cash prize of Rs 50,000. It's now time to announce the names of the winning teams. So the second runner-up prize of Rs 10,000 goes to Utkarsh Gupta and Harshdeep Singh from PSIT College, but these students are not here with us today. So I'll move to the first runner-up prize of Rs 50,000, and it goes to Tushar Sonkar and Saloni Gupta. The second runner-ups, their project title is Electropave. Sir, first runner-up they are. Second runner-ups are not. The first prize of Rs 25,000 goes to Achal Gaurav Sisodia, Ananya Sri Srivastav, Anshika Singh and Asta Tripathi. The project title was Agro World. Congratulations to all the winners. So we would want to request you to please wait for the group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. It's now time for the most awaited address of the Honorable Chief Guest of today's occasion, Professor Shamsher Singh. Sir is presently serving as Vice Chancellor HBTU Kanpur since April 20, 2021. He has also served as Vice Chancellor Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. Professor Samsher is professor in his parent department, that is Department of Mechanical Engineering, Delhi Technological University. He has also worked as director in National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, Delhi, and looked after its regional offices in Gorakhpur, Lucknow, Patna, Chandigarh, Ajmer, Shimla, Ropar, and Delhi. He holds a bachelor's degree from HBTU Kanpur, MTech and PhD from IIT Delhi, and MBA from DTU Delhi. Sir has to his credit more than 120 research papers in national and international journals as well as conferences of repute. He has supervised 12 PhDs and 17 MTech students, and many doctoral students are pursuing their studies under Sir's guidance. He has authored 2 textbooks, 3 edited books, and developed 3 computer-based multimedia CBT packages. He was also awarded the Best Research Paper Award by Institution of Engineers and Commendable Research Award by DTU. I now invite Professor Samsher to share his words of wisdom with us.
Good afternoon to everybody. Professor Shukla, the Group Director of PSIT. Professor Chadha, Vikram Chadha, the former Professor of GNDU Amritsar. Professor Abhijit Singh, the Professor of IMS BHU. Professor Bhagwan Jagwani, Director, College of Higher Education, PSIT. Dr. Bhadoria, convener of this conference, and also Dean of IQAC. Directors of the Schools of Engineering and Pharmacy and other directors of PSIT. Conference convener, Dr. Uday Bhan Trivedi ji, and also Dean of Academics. My dear participants from different institutions, faculty members of PSIT, esteemed scholars, my dearest students. The students are my dearest one, so my dearest students, good afternoon again. First of all, I congratulate all the winners in their respective category, and also wish them all the best to get similar and better awards in their future endeavors. Dear friends, it is my immense pleasure to address this August gathering on the occasion of Validatory session of the International Conference on Building Future Through Humanities and Technology, Sustainable Development Goals and Local Actions, and that is ICONSDG 2025. I extend my heartiest congratulations to all the participants, including eminent academicians, researchers, industry experts, and young scholars who have come together to deliberate on the theme that is not just timely but also vital for our collective future. Let us first talk about the technology and humanities, a converging pathway that is for sustainable development. Dear friends, in today's world, where rapid technological and advancement are reshaping industry and society, the role of humanities remains indispensable. While technology offers us the tool for innovation, humanities provides us the wisdom to apply these innovation ethically and equitably. Our role is not only to prepare technocrats, but also to a good human being. Because a good technocrat but bad and unethical human being is very, very dangerous for our social framework. Therefore, the essence of sustainable development lies in this synergy, where human values, social responsibility, and technological prowess convergence to create a more inclusive and resilient future. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) serves as a universal call to action and addressing poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring peace and prosperity for all of us by 2030. However, the global aspirations must be transformed into local action to achieve a meaningful change. This conference, I believe, serves as a catalyst for driving local level innovations that contribute to the global SDGs agendas. Now let us understand India's commitments to SDGs and localized interventions. Friends, India has been the forefront for integrating SDGs into national policies, focusing on areas such as quality education, clean energy, sustainable cities, and climate action, etc. Our local institutions, industries, and grassroots organizations plays a vital role in translating these global objectives into tangible actions. Universities and institutions like ours have a crucial responsibility to foster research, innovation, and community-driven initiative and that align with SDGs targets. One of the key challenges in achieving SDGs is bridging the gap between policy formulations and implementation. We must ensure that the voices of local communities are heard and their unique challenges are addressed with context-specific situations. This requires multi-stakeholders collaborations between the government bodies, educational institutions, corporate entities, and civil society organizations. Additionally, integrating indigenous knowledge system with the modern technological advancement can prove the way for sustainable development. Traditional practices in agriculture, water conservation, and medicinal sciences hold valuable insight that, when combined with the contemporary research, can lead to impactful solutions tailored to local conditions. Now let us know about the HB2 aligned in advancing SDGs. As an institution, as a university, we committed to academic excellence in social responsibilities and deeply invested in advancing the SDGs. Through interdisciplinary research and innovation, let me highlight a few ways in which academia can contribute effectively. Regarding curriculum integration, we have embedded sustainability concept within the engineering, management and humanities and social sciences curricula, which cultivate a generation of responsible leaders who understand global challenges. We also have the community engagement. Our universities actively collaborate with local communities to address pressing issues such as waste management, water conservation, and renewable energy solutions. We've also adopted few villages in the local areas and engaged them periodically with the welfare of the societies. We also have adopted many TB patients to cure them quickly, and we provide the medicines and other facilities. Technology for social goods, encouraging research in AI, IoT, and data analysis to optimize resource allocations, improve healthcare accessibility, and also enhance agriculture productivity. We also have public-private partnership for strengthening collaboration with industries and policymakers to ensure that academic research lead to implementable solutions for sustainability. Recently, we have collaborated with two private industries we have established the Center of Excellence in Sustainable Development of Paints and also food industry. We are also concerned about the skill development and entrepreneurship, and for this we have equipped the student with the necessary skill to innovate and drive sustainable solutions. And we also focus on fostering an entrepreneur mindset that encourages students to develop startups and business ventures centered around sustainability. We have our universities incubators, and also we have created a section at company to help the students. Regarding innovation and local actions, that is driving force for SDG success. Sustainable development cannot be a top-down process alone. It requires grassroots efforts, innovative problem solving, and active commitment and participation. Local initiatives such as smart water management system, renewable energy projects, and skill development programs for marginalized communities are instrumental in achieving SDGs objectives. At HBTU, we are working on several such projects, ensuring that our students and faculty contribute to the real-world problems through research-driven solutions. Today, I urge all the participants to think beyond academic discourse and focus on actionable strategies that can be implemented at the local level. Furthermore, recognizing the power of youth-led initiatives, it is essential to encourage students-led research projects, sustainability, and innovation challenges that engage young minds in solving pressing society issues. By fostering a culture of creativity and solution-based thinking, universities can be at the forefront of the sustainable changes. Let us talk about need of global collaboration. Dear friends, no single institution or country or even single discipline cannot achieve SDG alone. Global collaboration is in education, research, and technology exchange is essential. Conferences like this provide an excellent platform to foster dialogues, share best practices, and build networks that drive collective progress. Moreover, cross-border partnership between universities, think tanks, and industries can enhance knowledge sharing and capacity building. Collaborative research initiatives focusing on climate, resilience, digital transformation, and sustainable business model can accelerate our progress towards achieving the SDGs. It is imperative that we establish knowledge sharing platforms and digital repositories where research findings, case studies, the best practices can be accessed by global audience. Open access resources and collaborative learning initiatives can help to bridge the gap between developed and developing nations in achieving SDGs objectives. I hope that the one nation, one subscription, that is the new idea of the government, and I think the subscription has been shared by all the universities, that will certainly going to help in this aspect. Let us not view SDGs as distant target, but as responsibilities that we must integrate into our academics, professional and personal lives. Whether as researchers, policymakers, students, or corporate leaders, each of us has a role to play. Let us work together to build a future where technology and humanities complement each other, where progress is inclusive, and where the sustainability is at the core of every action. As we move forward, let this conference serve as a reminder that small, consistent action at the local level can contribute to large-scale global impact. The road to sustainability is a collective journey, and every step we make today will define the future we build for our generations to come. I encourage each of you to carry the insight from this conference into your respective domain, translating discussions into actionable strategies that drive real-world impacts. With dedication, collaboration, and innovation, we can truly shape our sustainable future. At the end, I would like to express my sincere thanks, appreciation to the organizing committee for cultivating this impactful conference. I'm confident that the discussion, representations, and deliberation have led a groundbreaking insight that collaborative efforts will propel us towards sustainable future. Thank you very much, and I thank all the organizing committee for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights that were truly a beacon of inspiration to us. Before we proceed further, I request Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla, Group Director, PSIT Kanpur, to facilitate our chief guest, Professor Dr. Shamsher Singh, with a memento. I request CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani, Director, PSIT College of Higher Education, to facilitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha, with a memento. I request CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani, Director, PSIT College of Higher Education, to facilitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadha, with a memento. Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Dr. APS Bhadoria, Dean IQAC, PSIT College of Higher Education, to facilitate our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Abhijit Singh, with a memento. I would now request Dr. D.K. Asthana, Treasurer, Indian Economic Association, to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Economic Association.
On behalf of Indian Economic Association, which is 107th year old, established in 1970 at Calcutta by the economists, we have 107th conference in continue, mostly in the 27th to 29th December every year in the every state of the country. In the last conference we have done at Jaipur, before that we have done in Lucknow, before that we have done the Odisha one. I invite you all to be joined at Indian Accounting Association for future growth. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Director, PSIT, CHE, CS Professor Dr. Bhagwan Jagwani ji, Dean Academic, Professor Dr. Udayban Trivedi sir, Dean IQAC, Professor Dr. APS Bhadoria sir, HOD BBA Dr. Amit Sharma sir, and HOD BCA Dr. Pragati Upadhyay ma'am for providing us with such enriched opportunities. I am deeply grateful to all our keynote speakers, panelists and session chairs who have enriched their conference with their profound knowledge, engaging discussions and thought-provoking insights. Your participation has added immense value of this academic gathering. A big thanks to all the research scholars, students and the paper presenter who contribute through their research papers, poster presentation and project prototype. Your innovative ideas and commitment to sustainability are truly commendable. A heartfelt appreciation to all our participants whose active engagement, curiosity, and journalism made this conference more dynamic and impactful. Your thoughtful questions and discussions have played a key role in fostering intellectual exchange. I extend my sincere gratitude to the conference organizing committee, faculty members, and student volunteers for their tireless effort, meticulous planning, and unwavering dedication to ensuring the seamless execution of this conference. A special mention to the hospitality, transportation, accommodation team, media team. Their hard work, attention to detail ensure to comfort and convenience to all the esteemed guests, speakers, and participants. Your effort have significantly contributed to the success of this international conference. Last but not the least, I express my gratitude to a student volunteer, Harsh Shrivastava of BBA, for his welcoming gesture and remarkable discipline shown by the student at large. As we close this chapter, let us take forward the knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration gained here to drive meaningful and change toward the sustainable future. Once again, I express my deepest appreciation to each and every one, especially for the non-teaching staff, fourth class staff, for their invaluable contribution and hospitality with a smile. Dhanyavad, Shukriya, Aabhar. Thank you for Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Udayban Trivedi, Dean Academics, PSIT College of Higher Education and Conference Convener, to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of PSIT.
Respected guest, distinguished speaker, and dear participants. On behalf of organizing committee, I am honored to extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who has contributed to make this conference remarkable success. We have been fortunate enough to function under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chairman, Sri Pranveer Singh Ji, Vice Chairperson, Mrs. Nirmala Singh Ji, Vice President, Mr. Abhijit Singh, and Ms. Tanya Singh. Their visionary guidance and unwavering supports have inspired all of us. We extend our deep gratitude to our Chief Guest of the Validatory session, Professor Dr. Shamsher Singh Ji, for gracing the occasion and sharing the invaluable perspective on sustainable development. We further offer our heartiest thanks to Guest of Honor, Professor Vikram Chadha Ji and Professor Abhijit Singh Ji for their inspiring addresses and esteemed presence. A heartfelt thanks is also due to panel discussion member Professor Indu Vasne, Professor Kanhaiya Ahuja, Dr. Ashish Gupta, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, Professor Chitranjan Senapati, Professor Jagdish Singh, and Mr. Sunil Gupta, whose thought-provoking insights and active participation has significantly enriched our session and added great value to our discussion. A special thanks to our esteemed Group Director, Professor Dr. Manmohan Shukla sir, and our respected Director, Professor Bhagwan Jagvani sir, whose strategic leadership has been key to the smooth execution of the conference. I thanks Professor S.K. Bhalla, Director PSIT, Dr. A.K. Rai, Director Pharmacy, Dr. Vishal Mehta, Director Administration, Professor Raghvendra Singh, Director Academics, PSIT, and all deans and HODs for their continued support. Special thanks to Indian Economic Association and its office bearer for associating with us. I would like to thank all the participants of paper presentation, prototype presentation, poster presentation for their active engagement and contribution. We are grateful to the media and publication partner for their supports. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to Dean IQAC, Dr. APS Bhadoria sir, members of organizing committee, session chair of technical session, faculty member, admin staff, support staff, network cell, student volunteer, digital team, and all those who are directly or indirectly involved in the successful execution of this conference. Together, let's contribute towards the future where sustainable development is not just an aspiration, but a reality. Thank you very much.
I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता